Hello everyone and welcome to the Vietnamese Championship Series. We're about to end the first round robin as we head into week 4, day 1. We've got 2 series coming your way today. First up, we have GAM against Team Wales, and then we have ASE Esports against Saigon Buffalo. I'm Milky Zero, joined by not only my producer, but my colorcaster as well for the day, Spoods. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, I'm alright. Mildly sick. Very interested to see what we get into today. It's going to be a very interesting day. I've done virtually no prep because I was swapped in the last minute, so it should be interesting.
Don't tell them that.
We have to be upfront, Milky. That's the best. That's
True.
the important part.
No, that's the AS series later. That's the fun series because GAM Team Wales, they're currently tied on points, 3 wins and 3 losses. I say tied on points. We don't exactly do points, but 3 wins, 3 losses for both of them. And these are 2 very different teams. I want to say GAM kind of struggled at the start of the split, but then we saw last week they got a big win against Team Secret where they looked really, really good. By looking really, really good, I mean Kiaya looked really, really good. Whereas for Team Wales, they've kind of been everywhere. They've managed to get a series off SBTC, who are at the top of the league, and then they lost 2-0 to Genius. So they're very coin flippy, and I mean, they can beat GAM, but I feel like they could also get absolutely clapped by them as well.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's really like a coin toss. Like I said, I didn't do any prep, so maybe that is the cheap way out. But I feel like both these teams are kind of at the same level at this point. Specifically, I think it comes down to whether or not, like you said, Kiaya is actually going to play like a human being today. I think that's going to be a big factor. I feel like the cohesion coming through from Team Wales is also something that we have to keep an eye on. Specifically, in the jungle, we've seen Killer Queen sometimes a little bit inconsistent in that role. So if they're able to show up that weakness on the side of Team Wales, go into that, as a cohesive unit and sort of cover for those kinds of weaknesses that sometimes may happen, I think, Team Wales may come out on top. But at the end of the day, if you ask me, it's like a 50-50, maybe a 45-55.
I think I predicted GAM to win this, especially after their series against Secret. I think that they're going to continue this form. But Wales, GAM, Cerberus all tied for third with 3 wins and 3 series losses. One player that I do want to talk a lot about, or I guess both players because they're both in the same role, is the mid lane, because Kati has been shaky. And I know we bring this up every single week. And the reason I do it is because I don't feel like I'm too hard flaming, because we know that Kati is really good. So every time I can bring up the negatives of Kati, I can also bring up the positives. We know how good this guy can be. But he's facing off against Glory, who, in my opinion, has been, in terms of lane, far and away the best mid laner of this player, dominating literally every single lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at your narratives here, right? You have Glory as #1 mid laner, which I think a lot of people would fight you on, but I'm going to give it to you. I think, specifically on Kati, as we go into draft here, what's a lot of ads they have on this time, is whether or not he's going to get Corki, because if, you give this man Corki, he usually wins the game, right? I think he's, 100% if I'm not wrong?
100% from 5 games right now is Kati.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not he gets Corki is where I'm looking at, because if not, that might be a bit of an issue, isn't it?
I mean, also the other one that we could look at is Kiaya getting his Gnar, or on the flip side, whether Kiaya ends up playing Sejuani. I think as a VCS English, we kind of unanimously banned Kiaya and GAM from using Sejuani top. Bit of a meme. They tried it out a couple of times. It didn't quite work out. But then we saw Kiaya on the Gnar absolutely dominating Hero out of all people in what was a counter matchup, because Hero was playing the Aurelia into that Gnar as well.
Right, but we also have the counter where we give Kiaya the Gnar, yeah? And then the enemy picks Sejuani, and then he gets dumpstered anyway. So,
True.
We've got different shades of
That was
Kiaya
week
going
1 GAM. Either way, we've got the Nocturne being banned away from Levi, one of those big Levi picks that we all remember from that World's Games and from countless others as well. Also seeing the ADC pool being pinched, but we still got the likes of the Senna, the Jinx being open, and that's one thing that I think Team Wales have played very well with, the Senna, because Ariete, I think one of the other colorcasters, the other analysts here at VCS English, was mentioning how Ariete doesn't really perform well when resources are put into him, wants to be playing more on the weak side, and that Senna has been something that's worked very well for Team Wales this split.
Yeah, and that is a lot of picks coming through already. That is different, yes, Siva. It's something that... Wait, is this still patch 12.12? In that case, The rework hasn't come through just yet, has it? If I'm not
I-
mistaken.
Did Civic get No.
There was something rework, wasn't there?
Somebody has been reworked, I'm sure. I'm right. So, Spoods, fill for a
Yes.
bit. I'm quickly going to find out. Oh, actually, never mind. I've already got it. There have been 47 Sivir games so far in 2012.
12.
51% win rate. So, it's all right.
Wait, the patch just changed. It was 12-12 when I looked at it. Now it's 12-13. VTV,
Oh,
what are you
damn.
doing to me? What are you? I'm not
We've
going
got to
insane, I
redo pick
swear.
and bans.
They just changed the
Redo
patch
pick
in
and
the middle of picks and bans. But anyway, so we are seeing Sivir Yumi come through, and one of the things that I have been discussing with a few of my peers,
Yeah.
is that Sivir now is actually kind of viable. Like she was kind of unplayable in the first few patches, but if I'm not wrong, if 12-13 is the patch with the rework coming through for Sivir, she is actually quite a decent AD carry right now. I think it fits like what we were talking about Ariety, right? Coming into today, this has been a player that's always been playing weak side, right? Doesn't matter what team on SGB, if they wanted to play bot lane strong side, they subbed in Shogun. Ariety loves playing weak side, and now that we're seeing the Sivir Yumi, I expect this to be a little bit more of a supportive lane. We've already picked up the Gnar top, we've seen what Gnar is able to do. If they're able to get a carry jungler, a carry mid laner, I think this Team Wales composition plays towards what they want to do very well.
And when you're looking at Team Wales and you talk about carry mid laners, carry junglers, Killer Queen, Glory, you're expecting them to be on carry junglers of some kind. And when you have got CBL playing on this Yumi as well, can effectively just ditch Ariety on the Sivir just to solo farm in the bottom lane and then look to play with Killer Queen. What do you actually want to see Killer Queen on? Because we've seen the likes of his Talon in the past that has been very strong, but never been able to really convert a lead for Team Wales.
Milky, you don't just get to have me on cast and ask me what you want to see on the jungle. Like, that's not a fair question to ask me. Okay?
No? Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. Apart from Elise, what would you like to see in the jungle?
I think the Lee Sin has been pretty decent coming in for the side of Team Wales. They've got a 100% win rate on it. It's a comfort pick.
It is
definitely for
banned,
Killer
though.
Queen. It is banned, yes. Okay, I'll give you that. I think the
Yeah.
next one they usually default to is Viego. I've kind of got mixed thoughts on
That is also
but-
banned as well.
Oh my god. Yep. I haven't casted in a
I'm
long time. I
sorry,
don't look
bro.
at bans, It's a fair criticism, I'll give you that. But at the end of the day...
I'm sorry, I'm like, when you brought it up, I was thinking, should I just let it slide? Should I just not tell him
No,
that the
don't,
Lee
come on.
Sin is
I
banned?
love being called out on cast. It's my favorite thing to do. We do see the Silas come in for Glory, though. Glory played, I think, quite decently on Silas, if I recall correctly. I'm not sure if it was this split or the previous one, but he has had
Probably
some
both.
decent Glory games, decent Silas games on the Glory. Yeah, I can speak.
Yeah, well, I
Definitely.
I think Silas has had some decent Glory performances as well in the VCS. Either way, it's answered by the Talia. Very high priority pick. A lot of rotation potential. Lane should be fun, though, between Glory and Kati here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you already brought it up. My rotation potential is what I'm looking at for this mid lane, which if we recall back to what I was talking about earlier, right? If Team Wales is able to cover for their jungler, pretty good, right? I mean, with the Talia wall coming through for the Silas potentially as well, right? That is something that I will be looking towards what Team Wales is able to do, and we see the what's the word I'm thinking of, comfort pick come through from Levi, going straight for that Kha'Zix. We've seen it multiple times. This split, many splits before. This is a very comfortable champion, and I'm very interested to see what comes out of this Levi at this game.
It might only be game one, but GAM are coming out swinging. The Kha'Zix as well. We've seen it from time to time for Levi. It's been very effective. And Killer Queen says, you want to play an AD assassin in the jungle? I'll play an AD assassin in the jungle. The big difference, though, I feel, is that Team Wales and Killer Queen can have a Yumi attaching to them.
Yeah, that Yumi can make the difference, especially in this very volatile jungle lane, right? If you're both picking assassins, the one who gets a hit by default will most likely snowball that role. And that being the jungle, this is Levi versus Killer Queen. If Killer Queen plays a little bit safer, that's good for him. But if Levi gets a hit, that's going to be a big problem from Team Wales going into this game. So I think part of, this draft that we haven't even touched on was, GAM's picks. We see the Gwen coming in for the Kiaya, quite safe. A pick that we've seen be very solid for this player. I think, justifiably so, because when we see Kiaya play safe, that's a little better for him as well, especially this specific split. And we are seeing a very strong bot lane coming through from Stahl and Elio as well. The Zeri, right? Not Neon. And the Lulu coming
Not
through as
neon.
well. I've been playing a lot of
I mean, the
Valorant.
Zeri is kind of neon colored. Neon also being an ADC over in the LEC as well, and as you mentioned, a character in Valorant, which I didn't know because I don't play Valorant. Okay, let's break down the drafts. I'll ask our standard VCS English question, which is: which composition do you prefer, Spoots? Who do you think is going to win Game 1?
I think I've sang a lot of praises for Team Wales going into this game, right? Like they've picked towards a lot of their what they want to do as a team. They've got a very safe bot lane. I like the very volatile jungle. I like that mid lane is able to cover for that if it comes down to it. So I want to give it over to Team Wales, honestly, but like we know what GAM's able to do, and in VCS tradition specifically, right? Whoever has the better draft loses. So I'm gonna say Team Wales got a better draft, but that means GAM's gonna win the game. So
Well, let's not forget GAM are coming off their recent win against Team Secret, taking down Team Secret, who were undefeated prior to that series. So they've got a little bit of momentum going, but we'll see whether they can start turning that one series win into a win streak as we head out onto the Rift. One player that I think we should really mention, which we haven't yet, is no, we're not talking about Style just yet. I want to be talking about the top lane, in particular Nagia, because Nagia has had a very rocky start to this split. It's his first full split as a top laner, not playing as a sub when I think he was a sub to Simon back on Team Secret, I want to say, in 2021 winter. But he's not been looking great. And now he's going up against Kiaya, who was, our spring split MVP.
yes, sir. And I have to fix an audio issue, so if I could trouble you to just
Okay.
fill for a little bit, I appreciate that.
Yes, hello everyone. We're on the Rift. I'm filling in for Spoods right now, which means I am also your colorcaster as well as your play-by-play. That could mean that I'm your captain speaking for this air flight VCS Airline 107. GAM against Team Wales, week 4, day 1, the 7th game of the split. Their final games of the split, or not final games of the split, final games of the first round robin, a late invade coming through from GAM as well. Kati a little bit behind, and I don't think Glory wants to be making his way over. So Team Wales just going to be poking and playing out this 3v3, being forced away from their blue buff as a star, just throwing out burst fire after burst fire. And Levi now turning towards the blue buff. However, Glory has been able to push a wave in and is now rotating down. So this is going to become a 4v3. And GAM are now being forced out of Team Wales jungle. Team Wales playing it very patiently, Spoods, and in the end coming out on top.
Yes, sir. And I missed most of that fight because I was troubleshooting. But good job, Wonderful. I appreciate it. We are back now, and I'll just take a look at the game state. Yeah, we saw a bit of trade coming through, and now Styles a little bit behind. Hellbar's actually looking pretty okay in the bot lane, but overall, you tell me who won that fight, and I tell you where we go from there.
Okay, so I personally think Team Wales won that fight because Levi wasn't able to get anything out of the invade. It meant that he had to walk all the way back to his red buff. The only silver lining for GAM is it has meant that Kati now has mid lane prio.
He does have mid lane prio, and that's gonna be how the way this lane goes for the side of Kati, right? Range versus melee. The Silas is not gonna have a great time until I would say around the mid lane, or if he's able to catch out Kati like off guard. Kiaya's getting a decent push in on the gear as well. On the Gwen, this doesn't want to overextend a little bit too much.
That trade looked very good for Kiaya, and then all of a sudden Nagia lands about 4 auto attacks on Kiaya and can't do anything more. Now Glory just going on Kati. A chain lash would be enough, forced to run away, forced to flash out of the threaded volley.
Right, but we are seeing talent go to the top lane, but First Blood, never mind, goes to Kati. Oh man, there's action all over the map.
And it's just a few seconds too late as Killer Queen's gank on the top side. It's a 1-for-1 across the map, but it's Kati who kills Glory, and we had been praising Glory as well in picks and bans for being, in the lane anyway, the most dominant mid laner in the VCS.
Yeah, it feels like Kati's been on vacation and just randomly decided to land back at home and, it's like, yo, I'm back, let's play the game, right? It's just one kill, but First Blood going over to Talia as the Silas. You really don't want to see that. Let's take a look at the replay. And this is very volatile as the situation goes at the moment, right? We are seeing Glory just get caught out. And this is a gank towards top side. Not much to say here, just very textbook. Talon over the wall, gets a kill. Unfortunately, not First Blood, but Glory. My friend, you got to be able to dodge that Talia W. If not, you're going to give away so much health like it just did there in First Blood.
And we're talking about Glory, who's played, about 13 games or something this split. 93% up in CS by 15 minutes. He's only been a victim of blood like 2 games so far this split. If that, maybe just 1. And now Levi looking towards the bottom side. Arrietty will not get slowed by the Ultra Shock laser, but CBL might be left to the walls. A jumps on top of Arrietty, but the Ignite ticks down, and Elio will be able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, Levi just answering back in the bot lane. Very easy. Walks in, no ward in that bush, so quite an easy pickup coming in for the side of GAM. 2-1 up now. It's a sizable goal lead that's starting to be built here.
It's a 1k goal lead across the map for a GAM, and Glory trying to trade back into Carti, but Carti just doing so much damage on this Talia. Glory trying to go back in, gets hit by the seismic shove. Carti, though, very low on mana, so Glory might be able to abuse Carti despite the difference in health for the pair of them.
Yeah, and this wave state isn't going to be very good for Carti either. It's going to, once you clear this, it's going to be a bit of an issue because it's going to be under your turret. You don't really have that much mana to push it away. So Glory might have a little bit of an advantage. I shouldn't be hesitating to say that, as we just saw the Yumi come through and give him a sizable chunk of health. So right now, Carti, not many options, having to call his jungler over, says, come clear my way for me. My Killer Queen's here as well.
Glory tries to go in, the abduct does not land over the wall. Carti doesn't have a smart seismic shove available as Elio joins into the mid lane as well. And both junglers just looking for an opportunity to make a play, but so far nothing substantial.
Yeah, nothing substantial, just a kill top, kill bot. Not a big deal, am I right? But specifically in the mid lane, yeah, I think, overall that trade worked out pretty well for the side of GAM. We did see Team Wills with a bit more initiative coming in towards the mid lane, but overall, it was a good cover coming in from Levi to ensure that Carti could push out that wave, get this recall, and now he's slightly ahead on the timing when compared to Glory, who doesn't have to teleport, so has to walk back to lane.
Now, I have a question for you, Spoot, and I don't know if you have the answer to it, which is going to make this all the more fun. But you mentioned that we're in 12.13, and you mentioned that there were some changes to Civic. Do you know what those changes were? Because I don't.
I read it, and I forgot about it. That's all I got. I can look for it now if you want, but I think it's more fun figuring it out on the cast.
That is the laziest answer to a question I've ever heard, but I'll take it. Also, you read about it, but you forgot about it. A bit like how we've already forgotten about versus Sky and Team Flash in the VCS.
Who?
Exactly.
Who, Megalol?
Megalol. Hey, Jinx. Either way, Levi now hovering around this mid lane. Both mid laners are level 6 as well. So we can start to see some of that roaming that we were talking about before. But Glory finding himself in a very unique situation where he's actually down in CS, looking for a play onto Carti, hit by the seismic shove, has a flash available. But if he flashes, he's just going to die. Never mind, he doesn't even need to burn the flash to survive.
Glory kind of playing on the edge of the knife at the moment. Oh, okay, good. Abscond away from... Oh, he's gonna dash back into the work sands. It's very suspicious play coming through from Glory. He is...
This is greedy.
Teasing GAM, saying, come at me. I will win this fight.
Oh my god.
And now Killer Queen's here.
Carti takes a tower shot. If that abduct had landed, that would have been a kill and a half onto Carti. Glory very unlucky. Both mid lanes playing so aggressively. And Glory just burns the flash, gets an easy kill onto Carti. And Carti says, you know what? Respect, Glory. Thumbs up. You deserve that.
I mean, he heard us talking, right? Glory's not doing all that well. I'm going to flash in and I'm going to get a kill. And there's nothing you can do about it, he says. He does exactly that. Walks away a very, very happy man at the moment.
I want to see a replay of that. Because did he flash abduct or did he abduct flash? Because it was so quick that Carti had no time to react to the flash whatsoever.
Yeah, it had to be queued up just back to back. Let's take a look here.
Okay, I think it was a Flash King's player.
Yeah, so he didn't even abduct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That was really well played. Not even giving him the
time. Normal human beings out there listening in, thinking, what is the abscond? What is the Kingslayer? Kingslayer is the W, so it's just you point at someone and then you dash to them and you deal damage and you heal up as well. Which means that if you do take any damage from a threaded volley, you probably heal it up. So you would survive if you are Glory in that situation. But either way, 2 kills to 2, gold, dead even between the two teams. We do have a Rift Herald up on the map, which is currently being secured by GAM.
Yeah, we are seeing Team Wales trying to collapse on it. Killer Queen is going in.
This is a 3v4 as well. They're going to steal away. The Rift Herald is Glory who picks that up. Killer Queen is going to die. So is Nagia. Levi has fallen. Nagia actually might just about survive, but never mind. The Weaver's Wall will cut him off. So Team Wales, they get 1 kill. They lose 2 members, but they do pick up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and if you ask me, that's absolutely worth, right? Because coming in for the side of Team Wales, and we are seeing Glory not just yet done. Okay, never mind, he's going to walk away. I think that was a really well-played collapse, and we might get a replay from that. Yes? No? Maybe? VTV?
We'll
Okay, we're
probably
going
get
to
it
watch
in
Cardi
a
take the
few...
blue bus first.
No, it's Levi. Ah, okay, fine. Imagine Levi just walks up and then just jumps on it and steals it away from Cardi.
Maximum dick move, but okay. If we're not gonna get a replay of that, let's just talk about it, right? We did see Killer Queen come over the wall, and here's the
There we
replay
go.
over the wall. Here we go. And GAM, at this point, they don't have any escape. They have to fight this. It was a little bit of indecision, I feel. Not sure which target they want to go on. Levi gets knocked into the wall, gets taken down here. And Killer Queen, you know, he's done his job. Not enough damage. Can't get to the wall. Gets taken down. There was a nice Weaver's Wall to cut off the escape as well, but I don't think it mattered in the end. In the end of the day, Team Wales, they walk away very happy with the Rift Herald. Let's see where they try to use it. I'm not even sure who it's on at the moment.
Well, we can't even talk about that anymore because we've got another objective up. This time it is the Drake and his GAM once again priority over the objective. But this time Team Wales don't want to try to fight for it as Glory drops the Rift Herald down in the mid lane. And that's going to be a lot of gold going on to the Silas.
Yes, sir. Decent good of plates going over to the side of Glory. The difference in that fight is that, you know, bot lane didn't really have a lot of priority, so Team Wales, they couldn't walk up, but it was a good answer coming through from the side of Glory to put down the Rift Herald to recognize that, hey, everybody in GAM is down at the Dragon's Pit. I'm going to get myself some free gold and walk away.
Nagia does have to be careful. He's stacking up towards the Meganar. Flashes out of the needlework, and the final needlework proc will not land. Nagia could look to go in, but Glory has made his way over with a hijacked Weaver's Wall and picks up the kill. Nagia just baiting Kiaya the entire time. And now Glory finds himself 2-1. Spoots, are you still there?
Yes, hello, Mike?
Okay, yes, I think I was wondering if Mike was having issues or whether you just stopped liking
Mike was having an issue, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we're back. Also, big shout out to our fellow colorcaster Marbinogi, who has actually explained to us through the wonderful means of Discord text chat what exactly has happened to Sivir. And one of the big differences being that those ricochets, the Sivir W, no longer is just 3 autos on the ricochet, is actually timed. So I'm not sure what that time is, but it does mean, I'd assume anyway, in the later stages of the game, you can get more ricochets off.
If I recall correctly, you can also bounce to the same target multiple times. You know what, let's scratch that from the record, because I'm not sure and I don't want to be spewing misinformation at the moment.
Yes,
so I will check on that later on.
No, Marby has said it can bounce back to targets already hit.
Ah, see, I know vaguely what I'm talking about. Asterisk.
I wonder if that makes it like a Brandel, but on Sivir autos. And like, not as busted as Brandel, because if you had a Brandel on a champion's W, that would just be way too strong.
Yes, that would be the case, Milky. Thank you for enlightening us.
So I just wanted to make sure, you know, we don't see a lot of Brand
Right.
in competitive league these days. As Nagia being engaged by Kiaya, the needlework misses, and his Killer Queen again into the top lane. And Kiaya just wants to play 1v1, he just wants to play some league, but Killer Queen says, no, you're just dinner for us.
Yeah. Kiaya, I'm not entirely sure, you know, like, the word is just overextending, right? Doing way too much over this early game, and now we're seeing Kati do more or less the same thing.
And it is the Talon Yuumi duo in the mid lane. Kati will fall. And this is what we wanted to see from CBL on the Yuumi now. Ariete in a 1v2 flashes away, looks for Elio, actually gets the kill, the crit at the end. Just enough to kill Elio despite the wild growth being used.
Gam, what are you doing? Style.
Here comes Killer Queen. He wants more blood. He looks for style. He gets the kill. And somehow that's only Killer Queen's second kill of the game. But it is Team Wales' 8th kill. And the last 4 minutes or so have been absolutely dominant for the Wales.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this replay. There's not much to say here other than, don't tank so many tower shots. And this is just a little bit of desperation play coming in from GAM, right? We've seen inexcusable play after inexcusable play this early game. It all starts with the top lane. Yeah, I'll give it to you that you don't know the talents there with the Yuumi. Yuumi's not in bot lane, he's not in mid lane. Where else could he be, right? But then we see Kati go for a trade in mid lane when you very well know the Talon has just finished a gank towards the top side of the jungle. So where do you walk? Towards the very big dark area in the top side of your lane. And guess what? The Talon jumps on you and you die. And the GAM bot lane sees this and goes like, we need to do something about this. They're like, we need a dive on Arati now. Ignores the turret, pretends it's not there, and just dies for it. And Talon picks up another kill. And this is what we want to see. We're seeing Killer Queen get a hit, and we're seeing Glory get a hit. These are their 2 win conditions going from that pick and bans, and it's looking very good for Team Wales at the moment.
I can confirm as well at 15 minutes, Glory had less CS than Kati, so, his early game stats starting to diminish. But that 1-2 minute sequence of plays for Killer Queen must have been one of his most fun in competitive of all time, because he goes top lane, gets a kill on Kiai, then he's like, let's just have a look, bit, see what we can do. Get a kill onto Kati. Then he's like, well, you know what? Let's go, but surely we can't make it 3 from 3. And he ends up picking up a third. He didn't get all of the kills. He just got the kill in the bottom lane, picked up assist in the mid lane, and I believe in the top lane. And now the second Rift Herald of the game is up, which Killer Queen will promptly take.
Yep, and now the question comes down to what is GAM going to do? Because, what did we talk about earlier, right? Whoever wins this jungle is going to be at a significant advantage. We're seeing that being put to work right now. Killer Queen just walking up, not a care in the world. Sure, they give over another dragon, but they're going to be able to take this turret. It's not going to be the first turret, but Nagia is going to get a decent push right now as Kiayat comes up to answer. What is this Kha'Zix going to do? He's 0, 1, and 3. Not very good itemization coming through either, and right now, it's looking like the Killer Queen show is going to be on for the next few minutes on the Rift.
And I know that you're playing it against Glory on a Silas and CBL on a Yuumi, but I don't think Chempunk Chainsword is the go-to first item, especially when Elio has already been able to pick up the Chemtech Putrefier on the Lulu.
Yeah, this Kha'Zix is not going to have a good time, right? He's short of like a miracle play. GAM is not going to have a very active jungler come through. And it's very difficult to see that because, well, not difficult. It's very sad to see that because when we see Kha'Zix and when we see Levi piloting the Kha'Zix, we expect great things. And that's simply not the case about what's coming through right now.
Wait, how is Gromp over there? How did he get over that wall? Because it didn't follow Glory all the way around. It was just on the other side of the wall somehow.
Weaver's wall knocked it, maybe?
Right? I don't think did the Weevil's wall go? Maybe, yeah, maybe it was Weevil's wall.
I mean, that's the only explanation I think is possible at that point in time. Yeah.
Trump just decided, you know what? I'm going on a walkabout.
It goes on a vacation. Like half our VCS staff has gone on vacation. I hope they're having a good time. This is the most random tangent.
I mean, so for context. I was in the VC and
Yes.
I was doing some prep. Then Spoons joined. I was muted deafened because I was doing some weird vocal practices for the first time, and it sounded weird and it looked weird. And then all of a sudden, I just see in the chat because I believe I was meant to be casting with Quincy.
Yes.
You asked where Quincy is, and it was just Quincy was like, "I'm not meant to be casting today." And then there was just a whole kerfuffle of what's happening, and I was like, "Spoons, want to do a cast?" And Spoons was like, "Yeah, sure, let's go."
You were clowning on me earlier today for not being prepped, yeah? And now you're just giving away.
I was not clowning on you.
And now you're just going off and saying, "Yo, this is the most unprepared split ever." No, the most
I didn't say
unprepared day of the split ever.
I just said I was just giving the information as to how we've ended up in this situation through some unfortunate communication issue. Look, I'm more than happy with this situation. Like, don't tell Quincy, but I much prefer casting with you, Spoots, than with Quincy.
Yeah, and when you're with Quincy, you tell him you much prefer to cast with him. I get how this game works.
No, Spoots, I don't do that. No. I can't do that, Spoots, because you're producing, so you'd hear it.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So I never say that to Quincy, so you've got the advantage there.
That's true. Okay, let's get
Quincy,
back to the
check
game
in.
before we get yelled at. Yeah, I think that's important.
Yeah,
That we
true.
get back to the
True.
game. I enable you way too much.
Okay, so Team Wales, GAM,
Yes.
Team Wales with the lead, 4K gold advantage. They're tied in the standings, 3 wins, 2-3 losses. GAM coming off that recent win against Secret Killer Queen, or just a little bit late to be able to get a pick on Tikati, recalling in the top lane. It's now Ariete getting run down by the burst fire, but just about able to survive.
Yeah, and let's just continue talking about the point, right? Like, look at how much Killer Queen is able to influence. I'm not gonna be able to talk. They're gonna go for a mid lane gank.
Yeah, Star just taking so much damage from Nagia. Killer Queen not even needed. Flashing forward, gets the kill onto Style. And now they're looking for Levi. Levi jumping onto Ariete, flashing away, but the auto's enough to pick up the kill. Kiai over the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's just going into so many other members of Team Wales. It is 4 kills for nothing. Wales sweep GAM. And the Baron has just spawned as well. It's going to be a spawn Baron for the Wales too.
No, so again, that is not how you play this game, I'm afraid. That is, I mean, you asked for it basically, right? You know there's a talent, a very fat talent on the enemy team, right? You know where he is because Kati saw him on the recall. He knows they know that he's topside jungle, right? But they go for a bit of an overextended play. Sure, okay, I give you that. You can push the enemy mid laner under his turret. But after that, you don't just stay so far up the lane when you don't have a turret protection. You know that Glory has teleport, right? And Team Wales, they just, collapse in on the mid lane. Let's take a look at the replay, right? You can push a Riotty under the turret. Sure, you do you. You get a bit more influence here. You get a bit of priority. You're not going to be able to take this turret. You simply don't have the damage for that. Elio's already trying to get away. And Style, he's just way too overextended. Nagia's here. Killer Queen just walks down from where he was. And here comes the double TP, and it's just a sweep coming in from Team Wales. There's not much to talk about it, right? It's just a very, very bad mispositioning coming through from GAM, and a very good collapse coming in from Team Wales. We've been able to see them do this so consistently throughout this game, and it's something that GAM just doesn't have an answer for.
Under tower, Kiai burning. Will that be the kill? I don't quite know. Levi, though, killed under tower. Nagia in a 1v2, trying to outplay Kati. Can't quite do it. One more tower shot would have been enough. In the end, in the bottom lane, Kiai was able to survive. So it's just a 1-for-1 across the map.
It's 1-for-1. They're going to get the tier 1 turret in the top lane, but that's not going to matter. Let's take a look at the rest of the map. The bot lane tier 2 is already going to go down. This Baron is doing a lot of work for the side of Team Wales. They picked the mid lane tier 2 turret as well, and now it's going to be the base under siege.
Baron empowered minions crashing. Killer Queen, he wants round 2 on Kiaya. And CBL on that Yuumi just sticking on top of Killer Queen whenever they want to make these aggressive plays. It is so hard to stop Killer Queen. He's doing so much damage. A final chapter. And down goes Kiaya. It's another kill for Killer Queen. Star will fall as well. And GAM just can't do anything. They're trying to do some damage, but Team Wales just destroy them before they can even chip away at their health bars. The inhibitor tower in the bottom lane gone. The inhibitor tower in the mid lane will be falling as well soon. Maybe the inhibitors to fall as well. It's just the bottom lane inhibitor that will drop. And Team Wales now eye up the Cloud Drake.
Yep, and Kati finally decides to go back to base. He gets 2 turrets in the top lane. That's more or less all you're going to get from that. Let's take a look at this replay. Levi and Kati both here trying to get something in on the turret. Nagia tries to defend it very valiantly, but you can Mega Gnar all you want. You get a kill on Levi. But Kati has more than enough damage to deal with it.
That top lane play, I think Nagia did a bit of a misplay because I think he thought the final threaded volley had gone out. If he sidesteps that final one, which he would have, then he throws out the boulder toss. I think he actually kills Kiaya. Or he doesn't die. So therefore
Kati?
Kiaya dies. Yeah, Kati. Yeah, sorry.
Oh. Not entirely sure. But what I want to focus on is what happens after that, right? Because, yeah, sure. You get a kill top. Kati gets 2 turrets. I'm not entirely sure if that is a worth play. Be trading for what was 4 turrets.
Okay.
And let's talk about this fight.
This is big because that's 2 picks already for the side of GAM, and now Nagia and Ariete are stuck in a 2v5. Nagia's going to try to hop over the wall. He gets into the Mega Gnar form, but he won't be able to do anything, and all of a sudden, GAM find themselves 4 kills, and GAM find themselves with a way back into this game.
Yep, and there's just aggression coming through from GAM. I'm not sure if Team Wales even expected that. I think they thought that they were so far ahead that there's no way GAM tries to do that, right? But this is GAM. It's still GAM, even though they've been overextending so much, right? They still can play with the raw aggression, and they just get pick onto the side of Killer Queen and CBL here. They weren't expecting them to be in that death bush. And now Ariety and Nagia, they know they have to get out, but unfortunately they're just pushed up so far in this lane that there's nothing for them to do.
And that's
At the
one
end of
way
that,
back
you know,
in.
we saw Nagia try to do the Gnar ult, but not enough time, not enough health, gets taken down, and it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway. Ariety goes down. And GAM, they get a little bit back, but it's still 5k in the lead for Team Wales. I think they are still in a very solid position right now. They are definitely still in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and there weren't any objectives for GAM to be able to take. Baron had already been secured, Drake was on cooldown, so GAM, all they get from that is gold. But this is a positive sign for GAM. It's a way back into the game if they can recreate those plays. You know, if Kati can land a big seismic shove onto Killer Queen, or indeed any member of Team Wales, GAM do have the burst damage to be able to get through a single member, and maybe from there they can then try to win a 5v4 or a 5v3.
Yes, we're seeing Kati caught out again. TP. Both of
Kati
them.
will burn the cleanse, but it doesn't matter. The wild growth in Kati will still fall. Kai teleporting in, but Team Wales, the wallets are just too darn big. Nagia hopping forward, lands the ult onto Levi. Style is on the run, but Style is left with nowhere to go. Team Wales get the ace for one. Killer Queen, the only member who will fall, and Team Wales at 25 minutes into the game are now crashing onto the base for a second time. The death timers are far too high, and GAM, despite having a huge series against Team Secret, despite taking down the undefeated the undefeated top of the split, they will drop game 1 against Team Wales.
And what can you say about that game other than deserved, right? Fully deserved coming in from the side of Team Wales. This is a squad that knew what they wanted to do at the top of the day. They picked for it, and they played towards their win conditions. Sure, it looked a bit shaky at times, right? Specifically in that last turnaround from the side of GAM. But overall, they were in control from top to bottom. And GAM, honestly, they just let Team Wales run over them, right? There was so many plays that could have been prevented if they just chose not to overextend. But GAM, you know, they're going to do GAM things. They walk up too far, they get killed, Team Wales gets a hit, and Team Wales win the game.
Now, we're going to jump on into a short break. We're going to gather our thoughts. When we return, we're going to be breaking down that opening game and then jumping in to game 2 of this series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. welcome back everyone to the VCS. Game 1 between GAM and Team Wales was won by Team Wales, rather surprisingly, Spood. So let's take a little bit of a breakdown at that game. What really kind of stood out for you?
Well, first of all, you say surprising. I think I went into it saying it's 50-50. So I am very happy, that they won.
Well, it wasn't a draw, so...
That's not how 50-50 works, Milky Cereal. What was your question again?
um, what was kind of the standouts of Game 1 that allowed Team Wales to be able to win?
I think specifically, right, if you want to talk about standouts, just based on what we were talking about this during the break as well, is that all of our expectations were gone, right? Kiaya didn't do all that much. Killer Queen did do all that much. And for the side of, Team Wales, I talked about this a little bit just before we went to break, right? They hit every single note that they had to play in order to walk away with the win. They did just that, and they absolutely deserved the win. They played towards their win conditions. It's great to see that this is a mid-table team being able to do that. I'm very happy that is what we saw, and hopefully that's what we're going to continue to see later today.
And I think the other weird thing, so you talk about Kiai and Killer Queen being that coin flip player. Again, coin flip very well in this game. Let's not forget as well, Arietti played a lot better than at least I was expecting. But weirdly enough, I feel like the best player for GAM was definitely Kati. And that is not something that I think I've been able to say over any other series this split so far.
Yeah, that might be a bit of an issue. We do know Kati's played Talia before. We know how he plays Talia, and I think he played Talia pretty well. He got first blood. They gave him the necessary boost to just, propel his team forward in the mid game. But unfortunately, the rest of his team just kind of fell out around him, and we even saw him, make some questionable decisions, walking up a little too far in the mid lane when he's meant to know where the enemy jungler is, and he pays for that. At the end of the day, he was the one who got, both top lane tier 1 and tier 2 turrets, and he tried to get advantages for his team. Unfortunately, the rest of his team just weren't playing the game.
Now, we are in picks and bans for Game 2, but GAM are banning away the Sivir, and Team Wales, they're not going for that center, they're going for this Kalista. They're putting Arietti on one of those more dominant lane champions.
Yeah, and what we talked about last game is that we don't really want to see that, right? Arietti, very good at playing weak side. Kalista is able to play weak side, has a bit of utility, especially with the ultimate. But when we look towards supportive AD carries, Kalista doesn't tend to be very high on the list, at least for me.
And GAM, they're going to be answering this Kalista with the Renata. I am kind of curious what Team Wales want to be pairing with that Kalista, because we've seen a lot of Tahm Kench games from CBL, but we also might see the likes of the Amumu or the Nautilus, because they do pair really well with the Kalista.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Tahm Kench is probably going to be what we see here. We see the Gwen being taken away from Kiaya. Didn't really have the best game on it. Like I said, played up a little bit too far, and I think we are getting a technical difficulty here in the draft.
Yes, everything has gone a little bit grey. So, I don't know what that is. Maybe somebody locked in a wrong champion. The Gwen, I quite like to see the Gwen coming through from Team Wales. That being said, I do usually prefer to see Nagia on this now, but this is going to give Kiai that counter pick in the top lane to try to punish this Gwen as much as he can and make amends for Game 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? We've seen this story before. Like, he picks the supposed counter to a champion, he gets dumpstered. He plays the opposite side of that matchup, he still gets dumpstered. I'm not entirely sure what we want to see coming through from Kia right now. I think you put him on a bit of a safer champion, especially if you recognize that he's not having the best of games at the moment. I think the only champion that we've seen him really perform on, somewhat surprisingly if you ask me, is the Aatrox this split.
So I would generally agree with that, especially from what we saw. I believe it was against SBTC in, I think it was the opening game of the split between GAM and SBTC, where Kiai kind of struggled, Sejuani against Gnar, then the Gnar against Sejuani, then played Sejuani again, and it went bad. However, we saw Kiai against Team Secret, where he played Gnar against the counterpick of Gnar, which is Irelia, and he dumpstered Hero as well. So we've seen both sides of Kiai this split, and so far in this series, Kiaya played well against Nagear. He was winning the matchup, but Nagear just baited him a few times when Killer Queen was around, and Kiaya just jumped on that bait quicker than a fish in fresh water. I don't know how fishing works. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna disregard that saying because I have no idea where it came from. But I don't want to discount, right, like your point that Kiaya played pretty well against Hero, and Hero has been a very, very solid top laner this split. So that's definitely not something that you want to discount. But there are different shades of Kiaya this split. We have sort of established that by now. That was like top tier Kiaya, what we meant to expect from him after what we've seen from him every split before this. But this is not that Kiaya, right? He's playing questionably at the moment. So, I don't know. Do you recall if Gnar was banned? Because if it wasn't, I think, you could go for that.
I don't think Gnar was banned. I think, I'm pretty sure Gnar was left open. I think the only change from GAM was banning away the... they banned away the Silas and Sivir. No, they banned away Sivir, and it was Wales that banned away the Silas. Otherwise, the bans were the same as Game 1.
Right. So in that case, I still think you put Kiaya on something safer, or at least you put him on whatever champion, right, and tell him to play safe. Whether or not he's going to play safe is a different question entirely, but as long as you tell him to do it, I think you're doing nothing wrong. We have seen, especially what we talked about, right, Kati is playing decently, kind of surprisingly, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you give the carry burden over to Kati. Maybe you give it over to the bot lane, right? Stahl and Elio has been doing pretty okay as well. But overall, I think you just relieve the burden from Kiaya, tell him you can have a bit of an off day, and just, GAM. Relax. Okay, relax. No need for so many desperation plays, right? There was really the downfall in the previous game, and it's very kind of heart-wrenching to see, right?
And I also want to go to one of the things that I think makes Killer Queen play well, because it's something that I always like to bring up whenever we have this discussion of Killer Queen being coin flippy and how you can get Killer Queen to play well, which is Killer Queen playing on farming junglers. I think whenever we see Killer Queen on these skirmish heavy junglers, like the Lee Sin or, for example, a Wukong, Diana, Xin Zhao, he always takes the fight every single time. He finds a way out of nothing to be able to force a fight, and it can go badly. Whereas I feel like something on the Talon which needs to be able to farm up a little bit more, needs to be able to get to level 6, and then has the added advantage of you've got CBL on a Yumi to jump on top of him. That just works so much better for Killer Queen and for Team Wells, which is what we saw in that opening game.
Yeah, we're going back to draft here. Let's see what goes different. We are seeing, I think the bans are more or less going to be the same, right? We are seeing Lee Sin ban again, the Nocturne ban for the side of Team Whale. So Levi not going to be able to play his comfort at the moment. I don't recall the earlier ban, the first few picks. If you would help, yeah, that's Kalista. I think it was Renata,
Kalista,
right?
It was Renata Zeri, and I think that's where we got up to. No, we saw Gwen being locked in.
Right.
And then we had the technical difficulties.
Yes. Right. Well,
I would just like to highlight our technical difficulties.
Not ours. Happening. Very important.
Yeah. Very important to clarify that. To be fair, though, actually, we haven't had, at least when I've been casting, there haven't been that many issues happening with the stream. So
why, thank you.
I think that was actually my first issue actually that I've had this split.
Oh, you meant with VETV. I
thumbs
up
for me.
Oh well.
Dude, I always praise you. So it's only if I say something that's going against you, then I'm no longer praising you. Otherwise, just assume that I'm praising you.
Okay, we see the Amumu locked in for the side of Team Wales here. So that was your prediction coming true, right, for the side of CBL.
Yeah.
He's played what, 1 or 2 Amumu games this split, if I recall correctly? I know he's played at least 1. Yeah?
1 game for CBL, and he won that game as well.
Ooh, okay. It's going to be very solid bot lane as well, right? I was expecting the Tam Kench, a bit more of a safer lane coming through from Team Wales, but Amumu Kalista definitely can get a lot of things done, right? So we are seeing Arati putting on a little bit more of the carry pants, and we'll see how that goes. On the other side, we're seeing Jax locked in, presumably for the top lane. I think Kiaya has played this once. He lost that game. But overall, this is a bit more of a safer sit in your lane and farm champion that we saw in the last game. Yeah. I think this is indicative of good things coming through from GAM. We are seeing Levi go towards the Wukong as well. I like to see this a little bit more AoE, a little bit more of a stable pick as compared to the Kha'Zix. Maybe he can get a little bit more done here.
Spoods.
Yes.
Bzz bzz.
Bzz, bzz.
Bzz bzz bzz. B's back.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay, that's really good to see. Hopefully that's not a glitch. Because I think it's public knowledge now, yeah, that he has been out for health reasons. So the fact that he's playing right now, it's a really good sign, right? Like, he's back, he is ready to do things on the Rift. And whenever somebody recovers enough to play League of Legends, you know they are fully recovered, because you're not playing this game if you're sick, are you?
Well, I don't know. So, sometimes I've seen some questionable plays happening across the Rift, not just here in the VCS, but everywhere. Now, Galio locked in. Now, if I recall, this was a bit of, you know, a Kati specialty, I want to say, back in Winter Split and in Spring Split, and it was something that sometimes we'd cringe a little bit about analysts, like, oh no, it's Kati on the Galio, and oh no, and in this case, again, a team have locked in Galio as their only AP damage, like, so we're kind of in that situation again, but it is something that is comfort for GAM and comfort for Kati.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to pull up the stats here coming in for Kati in Winter,
nice.
because it has to be a very high number. It actually isn't, right? He's played
Is it not?
4 games total. He won 1 between the season and the playoffs, so...
It's 3 games too many, to be honest, with Galio.
Okay.
Maybe it was Froggy who was always playing Galio then.
Someone was definitely... There was definitely a lot of Galio in Winter. I do not miss that, and the fact that we're getting Galio again... especially when we were just highlighting, you know, how well Kati was playing.
Let's put him on a carry champion.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure. Let's take a look at the compositions here, right? Because for the side of GAM, you're not seeing all that many. And we're going back to casters, okay. We're not seeing that many damage sources. We are seeing, you know, Levi come through with a bit more of a stable champion, a bit more AoE coming in with the Wukong. And most importantly, we see the Zeri and the Renata coming in the bot lane, right? This bot lane, I think it's going to be a bit more of a focus point than we saw in the previous game. Namely because Team Wills is actually going into this lane with a little bit more of a carry-oriented 2 versus 2. So a lot of action in the bot lane. Whoever comes out on top there is probably going to be a little bit safer into the mid game. That's a given, right? But overall, if we see GAM, and specifically GAM, right? If they lose that bot lane, that is going to be a huge chunk of damage gone for their side. So that's when I'm going to be looking at, and if the game pans out the way we predict, or well, in the way that I'm predicting through this hypothetical, right, it's going to be a big issue for GAM. That's what I'm going to be looking at.
Yeah. And I think something else I do want to bring up as well is, I'm not sure if we're going to see this, but I do remember in one of the previous VCS series that I was casting, we actually saw the Kalista pairing their ult with, I believe it was a Nocturne in that game. So I just want to highlight the possibility that we could be seeing Ariete pairing that Fate's Call with the Viego. I doubt that's the case. You've got an Amumu. Surely that's a much better option, but I'd just like to put that out there.
Yeah, I think you put it on the Amumu, honestly. Like, sure, Viego works, you can propel him forward, he gets a bit more execute range, and no, I think overall you put it on the Amumu, right? Like, that is a combo that's why you pick the Amumu, right? You don't go into the bot lane with the Amumu solo, at least I would hope not. I know some have, but like, I would much prefer it if you have the enabler, as it were, of the Kalista to go in, use that ultimate, get the Amumu into the backline, get that very impactful multi-person stun from the Amumu ult. And that is really when this bot lane is going to shine, right? This combo coming through from the Kalista Amumu. That's what we want to see.
And finally, I might actually be able to call a fate of the Sad Mummy, because we saw Kalista Mumu, I think, last week, but sadly it was never used. The ults were never used together. So hopefully this time I do get to see it and get to make that call and
I hope you've got lines
phrase
prepared.
officially. Yeah, it's Fate of the Sad Mummy. Kalista ult into the Amumu ult. I'll figure something else out along with that.
Figure something else
I think
out?
both
Okay.
teams, you know me, I think of things on the spot. I don't prep anything. So the only other thing I want to mention is, I think both teams have a lot of damage. Like, both of their top laners are going to be absolute monsters in the late game. I think while Kati is just going to be a bit of a tank, you know, an AP tank as he is with Galio, Ariete is going to fall off come the late stages of the game, because Kalista doesn't really do that much into frontline post like 35 minutes, I want to say.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, you know, when I was talking about team compositions earlier, I was sort of disregarding the top matchup more or less, because I was talking about going into the mid game. But if you're going to talk about late game, then yeah, once these two top laners get online with a little bit more farm, it's going to be a bit of an issue because they have damage, like you said. Can't put it better than that, you know?
Okay, so let's break this down from an early game perspective.
Okay.
Levi on the Wukong, Killer Queen on the Viego. What do you want to be seeing them doing in the early games? Because for me, I'm looking at Killer Queen and I'm looking towards this bottom lane. You've got that bandage shot, you've got a lot of setup to try to get Ariete snowballing.
Yep, I think there are two schools of thought at the moment for the side of Team Wales, right? You can either snowball top or you can snowball bot. Ideally, I would like to see them snowball bot, specifically because there is a little bit more of an enabler potential coming through from that combo that you just said. We are going to see Killer Queen start towards the bot side, and they might be going for a bit of an evade. They're going to miss Style, though.
Style's going to land an auto onto Ariete, and Ariete throws a spear back at Style in revenge. Style, though, does have to be careful because CBL's come from the side, and Style burns the Kalens, burns the Flash to be able to survive.
Yeah, and now it's going to be blue buff. That is more or less... They're going to try to contest it, but they don't have the time. Team Mill, they just pick up the blue buff. And I know I said I wasn't watching last game, right? But this very much reminds me of the setup we saw.
Yes. I think the difference is game one, it was GAM who went for an invade. Team Wales played around it very patiently, and it meant that Levi was kind of screwed from it because he had to walk all the way back to his red buff without getting anything. Whereas this game, it's Team Wales who are doing the invade, and now it's Levi who is being forced to invade onto Killer Queen's blue buff to try to be able to pull something back.
Yep, and this is a bit of a waste of time, I would say, coming in from Levi. Let's take a look at his path, right? Because he couldn't take the blue buff. He had to take wolves and walk straight to the enemy blue buff. So that's a lot of wasted time. Now, Galio's having to come up and sort of cover for him, but it's going to be a little bit okay. I think he pushed out his lane before doing that. So Glory's just going to have a bit of time free farming here. But overall, if Levi's able to get the Grom, I think it puts him in a little bit more of a comfortable position, but Killer Queen definitely comes out on top.
Yeah, and Killer Queen now being forced to walk back into his jungle. He's going to get spotted by a ward. Carty's going to be pinging that one out, and now he's going to go all the way back into Levi's jungle to take Levi's Grom. So this is kind of a bizarre pathing we're seeing from both. Actually, Killer Queen, he's only level 2. Surely you can't dive in the bottom lane.
Uh-oh.
We've seen some crazy Killer Queen dives in the past. CBL, though, will be able to get our tower shot. The Ignite ticks down. CBL just about surviving. Carty and Levi making their way down. Killer Queen hits level 3, so now they can have a 2v2, but Ariete and CBL being forced away. Ariete might even have to burn the flash, but Team Wales are going to be able to escape, and that's so important that they don't gift a kill over in the early stages of this game.
Yep, they don't gift a kill. It's only the flash, I believe, burned from CBL and Glory. Overall, I think if you're Team Mills, you take that trade, but Levi and gang, they're going to try to take this red buff. I mean, Milky, there's vertical jungling, and then there's vertical jungling.
I mean, this is circular jungling at this point, I think.
Circus jungling, you know?
No, not circular.
I know, I'm saying it's more circus. I mean, like, what is going on at this point? I mean, I get the rationale, right? You're denying camps.
Yeah.
If you're on the side of Team Wales, Levi's trying to get as much as he can, and that kind of leads to wacky positioning, and now we're going to see a 2v2 in the mid lane, B's coming in to support.
Okay, I see what you mean by the circus jungling.
Thank you.
Now, I don't know if the players know what's happening. I don't want to say, like, this is bad, because I don't know. Like, as you mentioned, there is a lot of reasons behind what's going on, but it is very crazy. It is a very haphazard start to this game, and Levi stole away Killer Queen's red, and now Killer Queen is stealing away Levi's red. It's so bizarre how everything is panning out.
Look, okay, right, let's fight. Carry on.
This is a 3v2. Carty, though, is low. Can Glory get enough damage down? Doesn't have a flash available. Forced to run. The overload does work, and Levi just about gets first blood before Killer Queen turns up to the play.
And that's 500 gold ahead for GAM, right? Just to go back to the earlier point, because I'm going to build it up to this fight, is that it's not necessarily bad, right? The moment that Levi went from wolves to blue, there was a conscious decision made that this is what we're going to do. And all Team Wales could do was try to respond and try to prevent camps from being taken by GAM. And that's what they were able to do, and I would wager somewhat successfully, right? Here's the replay, and it's all off the back of all this wacky jungling pathing that we see, ending up with 3 people in the mid lane, and they go in onto Team Wales. Right now, Glory's trying to get away, and CBL's trying to do his best to distract. But Levi, he picks his chances, he goes in, he gets a kill, and in the picture-in-picture, we see GAM pick up another kill.
And it's on to Nagia. This time, Levi is giving Nagia and Killer Queen, or I should say Nagia and Team Wales, a taste of their own medicine. In game one, it was Kiaya who was getting ganked a fair amount by Killer Queen. But this time, Levi shows up to the top lane and will help Kiaya push his wave and get it crashing under Nagia's tower.
Yep, alongside the wacky jungling, we are seeing a little bit more priority going up towards the top lane from GAM, as we just, saw. And it goes back to the two schools of thought, right? Because 9 times out of 10, Gwen will win the lane against the Jax. We are seeing a little bit more assistance coming in from Levi towards Kiaya. That signals to me that GAM knows that this is a thing that's going to happen, and they want Kiaya to be a player earlier on in the game. They don't want to wait to the mid game. And here, let's take a look at the gank again. It's just going to be a bit of a textbook gank coming in from Levi. Nagia, there's nowhere to run. And Levi, he's doing pretty good in this early game.
Making up from what we saw in game one by Levi. And that hallowed path, it can stop a lot of abilities. It can't stop a counter-strike. Oh, CBL, that is dirty. Using the charge from Kati to your own advantage. Who do they give the kill over to? It goes into the hands of Killer Queen's Viego.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if... okay, Kiaya.
Oh, Needlework predicts the flash from Kiaya to some extent. And Kiaya will hop his way out, the pair of them both burning their ultimates in that play.
Yes, and that's why you need the jungler assistance coming in. We're gonna get non-stop action here.
Okay, it's Killer Queen and CBL rotating around the map once again. B is on the run, and B will, for the bailout, will buy a little bit of time as Levi now shows up to the play. CBL on the run, burst fire from Style, will be able to get the kill. Killer Queen is so low, and will fall as Levi picks up the shutdown onto the Viego.
A 2-for-1 Style. Okay, he's not done. He wants a little bit more. He gets the kill on Aradi to flash out to safety. Oh, that was very close. But this is in contrast of, I'm just going to keep talking, in contrast of last game, right, where we saw separate attempts at ganking, right? Kiaya would go, Killer Queen would go in, and then Levi would go in somewhere across the map. And that resulted in Killer Queen, getting out ahead because his ganks were more successful than Levi's. What we're seeing in this game is that Levi's making the effort to shadow Killer Queen. When Killer Queen goes in, he's there for the answer, and that's what we saw in the bot lane, that he was able to answer. And let's take a look at what happens here. Glory knows that things were happening in the bot side, so he goes towards the top lane. Unfortunately, he does not account for Kati on the Galio with the ultimate. Just comes in with the ult. Doesn't matter. Nagia's not able to answer. He's not able to support. And Glory just goes down.
In game one, we had Talia against Silas, so we had the Weaver's Wall and then the hijacked Weaver's Wall. Here in game two, we've got the Hero's Entrance for Kati, the Realm Warp for Glory. So again, two mid laners who can roam and rotate across the map in, well, practically the blink of an eye. For Kati, it's a little bit quicker because you also provide those additional defenses as well with the Hero's Entrance.
Sorry, I was messing with audio again. What did I miss?
Not too much. I was just talking about how both mid laners have big roaming ultimates like we had in game one with the Weaver's Wall, and then Silas having the hijack and being able to steal away that Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, and this is stuff that you have to keep in mind, right? Like what we saw earlier was his Glory just ignoring the fact that his enemy mid laner could follow him. He didn't have the backup, he got killed. That's how that's how the cookie crumbles if you don't pay attention to what your enemy laner has. And we are seeing in the mid lane a little bit more of a scuffle. Levi is just going to walk away. And now Dragon is up. Actually, both teams not really prioritizing objectives all that much. I believe one Herald was taken by the side of Team Wales. It's currently on the side of Killer Queen. And Kiaya, this is what happens, right? This is why you need jungler assistance if you're the side of Kiaya. Because if not, in this lane, you just get run down by Nagia. And did we just see Glory flash the wall?
Yeah, Glory did flash the wall as well. He thought he knew where Kiaya was going, but Kiaya being very smart, walking back into the river, didn't get spotted out, and Glory is just flashless as a result.
Come on, man. Wait. Oh, okay, cool. I thought... Right, okay, he didn't have vision then in that case. I thought there was a ward there, but apparently there was no ward, so I'm trolling myself.
Glory didn't just flash in the wrong direction, seeing Kiaya going in an opposite direction. I think he genuinely thought... No. However, very good stuff from Kiaya. Nagia doing well into this matchup, despite Kiaya being 2-0. We'll wait for items to be picked up, which will allow Kiai to get a little bit more even with the Gwen, as Jax is very, very item dependent.
Yes, and one thing, that was actually a better trade than we thought it was, right? Because not only you get the flash coming through from Glory, at the end of that trade, right, even when we saw the side of Team Wills be kind of distracted towards top side, right, we saw GAM pick up the Ocean Dragon. Now, it's a quite late Dragon take, I believe, but it was uncontested. So we are seeing GAM coming out with a more sizable advantage that we saw in the previous game. And now the question comes down to whether or not they're going to be able to build up on it. Now, Kiaya and Nagia, my eyes are still on this top lane because despite the fact that this Jax is 2-0 and 0, like you said, right, item dependent, we are seeing Nagia still be able to run him down.
Killer Queen getting caught out by the Cyclone. Heartbreakers over the wall. Will Levi chase? Will Levi follow? He'll try to so much damage. Gets done. Flashing forward. Red Smite in response. And Killer Queen will be able to survive both junglers burning their ultimates and burning their flashes.
Yep, good attempt coming in from the side of GAM to try to get something back. Get something down on the side of Killer Queen. The flash, unfortunately, just a little bit out of range, and now we are going to default a little bit back towards the mid lane. I believe CBL was spotted out by that minion, but he is going to be hanging out a little bit longer.
Yeah, Glow just going to catch this wave. No objectives on the map to take. Now, Killer Queen and Team Wales do have a fair bit of gold that they can pick up. That Rift Herald still available for Killer Queen, let's not forget. And with Tower Plates being up, that's an extra 300 gold that can be picked up. So despite there being just over a 1k gold deficit for Team Wales, they can bring that down somewhat. And the Rift Herald is being placed in the mid lane.
Yep, I think GAM1's going to fight.
They are. Glory knocked about. However, Levi might fall. The bailout's going to keep him alive. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. Oh, the stopwatch from Glory is so big to deny the bailout. Carty takes damage. And the Heartbreaker on the tower for Killer Queen makes it 2-for-1 for Wales.
Yeah, 2-for-1 for Wales. Overall, a good win coming through, a good response coming through from the side of Team Wales. The gold lead for GAM has gone down from about 1k to now only about 400 gold. This is a good equalization coming in from the side of Team Wales, and it all comes down to how they were able to prepare and just, back off, soak up the pressure while the Rift Herald gets a little bit of work done on that turret. And then, once they're able to sort of coordinate their power, they go in for the re-engage. Now, Kiaya in a bit of trouble.
Needlework has been dropped. The second Needlework will not land. If that did land, maybe Nagia could have got a kill. However, Kiai did still have the flash available. And this is that play in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Killer Queen waits for his moment to go on to Levi. Once Levi goes down, it's just going to be a bit of a cleanup here. Killer Queen knows he can go in, plays the Wukong perfectly. He's a jungler as well. Gets the kill, walks out, and the Rift Herald gets the gold as well on that turret. They don't take the turret, but it's a good and healthy injection of gold coming in from the side of Team Will. Very well played.
And this is what we did kind of expect coming into this series. Killer Queen against Levi. And maybe the fix for Team Wales is just CBL, you're no longer a support. You no longer sit in the bottom lane. Killer Queen is going to go for crazy plays. And when he goes for those crazy plays, you better be roaming with him so that they work.
Yeah, he's not playing Yuumi this time. Can't just sit on your jungler. You actually have to press the mouse to follow him. And CBL, we've seen some, unique gank attacks of his own, right? Like, cast your mind back to the mid lane play, able to interrupt the E coming in from Galio to stop the dash, and they were able to lock up that kill. Good. That was very clean, and Killer Queen, gotta get out of there.
Oh! He had a control ward. He plays a control ward down. However, Cyclone now onto Glory. Glory does not have a stopwatch. Forced to flash over the wall. Killer Queen going in, but Sad is just going to do so much damage. Hero's entrance will give some additional defenses. Realm Orb is going to take them. What was that from Glory? That's not how you use a Realm Orb. Glory now will fall, and Team Wales are on the run. Glory, that is the single worst play you have made this entire split.
What did I just watch? I mean, ultimately, right, that Realm Warp was inconsequential towards that fight. Yeah, you got them a little bit into a questionable position, but at the end of the day, nobody dies except for Glory, who didn't take the Realm Warp. So now we're seeing a collapse on Team Wales.
Well, CBL is just going to pop down the ultimate, and in the end, they get a kill on Ducati. Killer Queen going to be able to steal a soul, but cannot steal a kill. And now Arietti just kiting on Levi. Not quite enough damage with the renders. A teleport coming through, but the Ultra Shock Laser leaves Arietti with nowhere to go. And there's a solo kill in the top lane as Kiaya finds a pick onto Nagia.
Yep, Kiaya finally coming online on the opposite side of the map. Now Glory with the teleport into bot lane, just able to ensure that CBL doesn't die as well. But let's take a look at this, right? It's so questionable coming in from the side of Team Wales. Why are you there? You know the control ward is there. Glory, just walk away. Killer Queen did, more or less the right thing, just walked away. Now Glory's like, don't take the realm up. I put it in the wrong place. But they take it anyway. They get in a bit of a sus position. And Glory just gets tagged by the Renata out, walks back in. If not, I think he was safe. Team Wales, again, the Rem Warp was inconsequential. They would have been in this position anyway. But they do just get collapsed on. We know the story of that. Let's take a look at this top lane. Yep, speed it up, please. Let's see what happens. And Kiaya gets the collapse. Nagia didn't know where he went. Presumably went to the bot lane or something. Well, Jax at this point, I don't know what items he has, but he was 200. I expect he had a little bit more gold, and he just walks down Nagia. And this is signs pointing up for the side of GAM.
And Style get the kill onto CBL. Now there's a hostile takeover available. It doesn't even need to get used because the tower will fall. Arietti trying to kite this one around. He's dashing around all over the place. He almost gets the kill onto Style as well. A couple more autos would have been enough, but I think there was still a bailout available just in case. And in the mid lane, Glory falls as well. GAM are just winning fight after fight after fight, skirmish after skirmish after skirmish.
And this is what happens when GAM gets a hit, right? The issue with them in game number 1 was that they overextended. However, now that they are in the gold lead, they have the wallet advantage. They can do these aggressive plays. And we were just about to see a collapse, so are we going to a replay? Let's take a look at how this works. This is just a collapse on Glory. Right. He shouldn't be there. Like, honestly, he just shouldn't be there. There's so many other ways he can walk out.
This is sadly not one of Glory's best performances. We talk about advantages in laning phase. Glory did or was able to get that, but I don't think he has a gold lead. As now Nagia, he just gets spotted out by Kati. Kati goes in, lands a 2-man stun. CBL could look to go in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but there's just too many members from GAM, and it's Team Wells just handing over another kill to GAM.
Yeah, it's sort of shades of what we saw in game number 1, just the teams are flipped, but we are not seeing the end of it. Okay, we are in the mid lane here. GAM, they've got the wallet advantage, like I said, right? Team Wales, they have to play on the back foot here, but it just feels to me that that's not something they're very used to doing.
Oh, and it's a catch onto Glory. Glory again will fall. And GAM just continue to extend their advantage. It's now nearly 5,000 gold ahead. It might very well be 5,000 gold once this mid lane outer tower falls.
Yep, and here it goes. The dash goes in, and the laser doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter because GAM, they're just going to walk it down. Can they get the second charge, though? I think it's very possible. They're going in, though.
Well, in goes Team Wells. They're looking for Levi, but it is just onto the Warrior Trickster. And in the end, the Rift Herald's going to get even another charge forward. But look at Nagia trying to come in from the side. Hostile takeover is going to land onto one and make it to Arietti. Forced to cleanse away, but CBL has already died. Team Wells, they still want this fight. They're still desperate to make a play work. Looking for Levi. Killer Queen flashing forward, but they can't get on top of the Wukong. Kiaya flashes over the wall. Nagia trying to follow suit, but can't do so. And GAM are going to be able to escape without dropping a single member.
Yeah, GAM gonna do GAM things here, and this time it's successful for their side. That was a very good flank coming through from Nagia. I believe, if GAM was just a little bit less coordinated, if their health bars were a little bit lower, that could have been a major issue coming through. But as it stands, nothing really happens from that flank. They force GAM to back away. That gives them a little bit more time, but no objectives are on the map. Baron comes in a few seconds, but neither of these teams, really take it all that quickly, especially Team Wales. You have the Kalista, but your Kalista's not really that fed at the moment. There isn't much for Team Wales to do at the moment. They have to look for some sort of pick, but there aren't really that many tools for them to do so. Not many opportunities either. My eyes are looking to when the dragon spawns the next minute and a half.
Well, you're looking at Arietti on a Kalista, where 20 minutes into this game, Arietti has boots and the shield bow.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Style has a shield bow, boots, phantom dancer, and a longsword. So you're an entire item behind Style. You're an entire item behind a Zeri. You're never going to be stronger than this Zeri in the entire game. You could practically get a pentakill here. That Zeri will still be stronger than you after the fight.
Yeah, I'm not really happy with placing Arietti on the Kalista. Yeah, the combo worked, right? Like the train of thought, I can follow it. as they do pick out Nagia.
I think Nagia should be dead here. Cyclone, Levi chasing, can't quite get on top of the Gwen. Team Wales could look to try to turn this one around, but it's a 4-man strong unit of GAM is in the bottom lane. Glory just being chased down by Kiaya, and Kiaya on this Jax right now, just nobody can answer him in a side lane. Not Nagia on the Gwen, and not Glory on the Rise.
Team Wales, they don't have vision, they gotta face check this. Amumu's trying to do it, he senses something's not entirely right, but Baron's going low.
And the Baron's just going to be secured before Killer Queen can get there. There's a teleport coming through as well. Team Wales want to win this fight. Hostile takeover in the midst of the Baron pit. Levi is low, but Levi is surviving. Jumps over the wall. Hero's entrance comes through. Killer Queen is surely going to fall here, and indeed will. And Kiaya shows up, and this is just going to be the cleanup from a GAM Counter-Strike, locking Ariete in place. And that is a clean ace for the side of GAM. They're just going to march it through in the mid lane. This probably won't be game, but it will be at the very least an inhibitor.
It will definitely be an inhibitor, and take a look, the dragon is up as well. There was a very good control play coming through from GAM. They understood that there was no vision coming through from Team Wales. They did not have a single ward in the topside jungle at that point in time. GAM had the safest Baron in the world, and they capitalized on that. If we get to take a look at the replay, I think Team Wales, they had a bit of a, let's say, glimmer of hope, right? They were able to get a good engage in that fight, but at the back of that, right, Stahl managed to get over the wall. His lasers managed to crit. And there was a lot of damage coming through this Zeri, and let's take a look at that, right? Look, CBL goes into the pit. That's a 3-man stun. Stahl's being chased away by Ariete. I think there was a missed ultimate coming in from Ariete. The knockup didn't get through, and now Kiaya is here, like you very well pointed out in the cast, and Stahl goes back over the wall, and it just lights out for the side of Team Wales. GAM, they just clean everything up, and they pick up the inhibitor, they pick up the dragon now, and GAM, I think it's ready. I think Team Wales are ready to write off this game.
Yeah, I think this game is pretty much done and dusted. They're going to need more than a miracle at this point if they want to find a way to take a clean 2-0 against GAM. I think Game 3 is pretty much a certainty at this point. That previous fight you were highlighting, the fate score from Ariete, as now Glory is going to die. I don't think there is any way for him to get out of this. The phase rush not going to give him enough movement speed, and Star just going to run him down. Eventually, Glory is going to run out of wiggle room, get stunned up by Kati, who picks up the kill. But going back to that CBLL, I don't know why he got thrown out of the pit instead of back into the pit, because maybe they could have got a kill. Maybe they can get a reset onto Killer Queen.
Sure, I think, you can think about it that way, right? I think at that point in time, they were very concerned on getting Stahl down, because the moment he gets over that wall, those lasers really hurt, because the crits will come through, right? Yeah. So they were trying to kill Stahl. Unfortunately, the buffer between that wall just wasn't enough, right? The range wasn't high enough. Amumu doesn't get over the wall, he gets into the wall, and we know how that goes. Kiaya now with Nagia.
Nagia looks for the solo kill onto Kiaya. The ignite not enough, because Kiaya heals up with a coup de grace. 3 members of GAM pushing forward. 1 Nexus tower remains. Team Wales with 1 final chance to keep their game alive. But it's going to be 5 members strong of GAM. Kati's not going to be able to land a CC onto anyone. Ariete takes so much damage, and Team Wales are being forced back under their fountain, as GAM will take us to Game 3.
Game 3 indeed, and what a commanding fashion to pull it off in on the side of GAM. I mean, we criticize them. I definitely criticize them a lot for the game number 1, but game number 2, I think they heard me. Hanke is looking for me with a belt at the moment. He definitely was looking after his players with that belt, because they came into game 2 refreshed, and their mental, they just came in and smacked Team Wales.
I'm sure they had the banana of power during their break between game 1 and game 2. But either way, that's what we expected to be seeing from GAM. We do have one more game of this series still to come, so we're going to be heading into a short break. And when we return, myself and Spoods will be breaking down that second game in a little bit more depth and heading into picks and bans for game 3. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks. We're getting ready to jump on into Game 3 between GAM and Team Wales. Team Wales won Game 1, GAM bouncing back very well in Game 2, and just one game remains. Spoods, having seen both of these two teams at their best in this series, I feel, maybe GAM a little bit away from their best in Game 2, who do you think takes Game 3 before we do end up seeing the drafts?
I mean, before we see the draft, I still feel like it's kind of 50-50 because the way I'm approaching this, right? And I know that's the cop-out answer, but the way I'm approaching this is that neither of these teams really play very well from behind. We know GAM can play very well from behind, so if I had to give you an answer, my money would still be on GAM. But overall, just in the context of this series, right, whoever gets ahead in the early game usually ends up winning, right? Because let's remember Game 1 when Team Wales were ahead. GAM took plays they couldn't take because they were so far behind. But on the other side, when Team Wales were behind, they were the ones taking over aggressive plays and being overextended on the map. So whoever's able to temper that should ideally win, or whoever gets a hit. Because if that just continues playing out, the trend suggests that whoever wins the early games wins the game.
Yeah, and I think one thing I do want to say from Team Wales, and we brought it up in Game 1, we brought it up in Game 2, we'll bring it up again here in Game 3, is having Ariete on these weak side ADCs. We saw the Sivir working fantastically for Ariete in Game 1, banned away in Game 2, went on to the Kalista, but we know how much Ariete is competent and good on the center. So that's something that I would like to see Ariete being put on if that situation does arrive.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Kalista Mumu duo was not it. Like, it just wasn't it, right? They didn't name one play that they did that was good, other than the Baron play, because that didn't really result in anything. I don't think you can you? So, I mean, ideally, if that was the case, like, Ariete should never really be making... I don't want to say that. Like, Ariete is usually not the one making the flashiest plays. But that's okay, because he's usually playing something more supportive, right? Kalista has to be a little bit more aggressive, has to be in your face, has to get those good ults, right? And put down a little bit more damage than something like the Senna does have to. So I do agree with you that I would like to see something like the Senna. The Senna specifically, of course, but like anything along those lines I think would work out pretty well for Ariete.
Well, Team Wales are back on red side, which means that they can ban away the Kalista. I think it's just such a strong champion right now that Team Wales, if they find it open, they feel like they have to be able to first pick it. So red side probably going to work better for Team Wales. Now the question is, do GAM ban away that Sivir once again, or are they going to leave it open for Ariete?
Yeah, I think you very well leave it open if you're GAM, right? They just do that because, I feel like GAM at this point, after coming off the back of that game number 2, I think they are very confident that they will be able to close it out, right? It was a very commanding game too. What can I say? So overall, I think, they're looking to just play their game and say, we've got the momentum coming into Game 3 and we're just going to force it all the way through. And it's a very GAM thing to do. So, they're actually going to pick away the Sivir for themselves. That worked as well, I guess.
I quite like this from GAM, saying, I see that Sivir pick work very well. Let's try it ourselves. And Team Wales saying, well, if you're going to leave the Zeri open, we're going to pick it ourselves. So no Senna in this series, but we do have the Yuumi. And this is what worked very well for Team Wales in the first game. Having this Yuumi and just letting it sit on Killer Queen for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and in the second game, right, and we are seeing, the run back onto the Wukong coming in from Levi. In the second game, I think that was very well nullified coming through from the side of GAM. The contrast to the first game was that, Levi wasn't on an assassin, so he was playing something a little bit more, he is playing something a little bit more stable. So I think, despite the fact that Killer Queen definitely was trying to do what he did to Levi in the first game, right? Think of the level 1 invade, think of how, that circular farming that they were doing in the early game, right? Yeah, in game 2. That's what I'm talking about. Killer Queen was definitely trying to do what he was trying to do to... He was trying to do what he did to Levi in game number 1 and game number 2. Unfortunately, Levi was able to nullify that, and I think that is a huge part about why Team Wales never really got off the ground.
Well, Team Wales once again are going to pick up the Gwen for Nigir, is what we saw in game 2, but this time they're on red side, so they pick it up on R3, and then they straight away ban away Kiaya's Jax, which did become an absolute menace. We didn't even get to the later stages of the game where it would have completely stomped Team Wales. It just got that accelerated, and GAM banning away that talent that we saw from Killer Queen in game 1.
Yep, and they're just going to target Kiaya out here. Signals to me that obviously Team Wales, they are definitely prioritizing that top side. They want to win that top side and they want to win the bot side. So the mid lane, I would expect something a little bit more roam heavy. Maybe the Silas again, not really a global ultimate there. Maybe the Galio coming through from Glory. I think you would agree with me that despite Glory being, in your opinion, a bit of a standout player this split, he hasn't really been doing all that much this game. I mean, this match, right?
I think Glory was very good on the Silas.
Sure.
Maybe not the best player for Team Wales, but the Rise game just was not it. And Killer Queen on the Poppy, I absolutely love this one, Spoods. It's not, you know, your giga aggressive jungler, but it's such a strong jungler right now in the meta. And it's so effective against the Wukong, against the Galio, and against this, well, Camille and Galio that's now being locked in. So I feel like GAM are kind of counterpicking themselves here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I see Riot pick the Poppy presumably for the jungle here. And then I look on the other side of the map and I see Camille Galio. And question marks start forming above my head. I mean, I get it, right? Like, Kiaya wants to play something comfort. Camille's very comfort for him. I think he has a 100% win rate in the, was it the SEA Games qualifier with it? But overall, it's a very comfort champion for the side of Kiaya. He's going to be doing work in the top lane against this Gwen, hopefully. But Killer Queen, not an assassin this time. This is the Poppy. I want to see what he's going to be able to do with this. And we are seeing the roam mid lane of the Talia coming through from Glory as well. So it's a very solid team composition coming through from Team Wales. There are clear directions where they want to go on the map. That's going to be the top lane and the bot lane. My question now is whether or not Ariety is going to be able to do all that much on this area.
And I'm also questioning towards the top lane as well. Can Nigia be able to match Kiaya on this Camille? Because Kiaya is a very good player, and he's on a champion that I feel can bully out this Gwen rather effectively. I'd also like to touch on that final pick that we saw from Team Wales, because originally it was hovered as an Azir, but then Team Wales say, look, Talia's open. Talia is really good against Dash champions as well, and just probably the strongest mid laner in the meta right now. Let's just lock it in.
Yeah, and we are seeing, I think I touched on this, right? GAM is going back to comfort. And
yeah,
I'm not sure if Stahl has played much Sivir, but that's just going to be a pick away from the side of Team Wales, right? There's going to be a bit more of a supportive bot lane coming through for the side of GAM. So I'm going to be looking towards the top lane because, again, they are, I would say, lacking a bit in the damage department.
So just a quick tangent. That Poppy skin close up, looking at her face under the helmet, is absolutely fantastic. I don't know if we got to show that on the stream, Spoods, but I absolutely love just seeing her eyes just like floating around crazily. Now,
I like to see Poppy's eyes floating around crazily. All right, point taken.
Yeah. Like, have you ever seen that LEC clip of when, like, Zoe just gets collapsed on and dies and, like, her face just goes absolutely wonky? It's like, it's one of my favorite clips of all time.
Milky, I want to clown on you, but I can't on live broadcast. So.
Okay. Well, I'll remind you after this game ends, and then we can, you can clown me up then.
Okay. Deal.
Right. Team Wales against GAM. I personally really like this Team Wales composition. I think,
Same.
as you highlighted, there is that little doubt about Ariety being on these more let's say more skill expressive ADCs, right?
Sure.
Because we talked about the Senna, we talked about the Sivir, very good champions for Ariety, the Kalista, not quite working out as well for him. But now he's got a lot that he can prove in what is, let's be honest, a very big series for Team Wales, because they are all tied 3-3, and if Team Wales win this, they could be finding themselves sitting clear in third at the end of the first round robin.
Yeah, and that's something I didn't really think about, right? The major standings implication. You sort of touched on it, right? At the start of the day, 3-3. I think, you know.
Yeah.
GAM is +1 in game score, and Team Wales is 0. But that's literally the only
might have died once again. But going back to the standings, Team Wales, GAM, Cerberus all tied 3 wins and 3 defeats. So if Team Wales win, they automatically jump ahead of GAM. And then we still have to find out what would potentially be happening to Cerberus. They're facing off against Genius Esports tomorrow morning.
I mean, I think I'm with the community on like how that
SB
one
just
goes. So.
taking a little bit of poke, tried to predict Arietti's movement with the dredge line, but Arietti ended up moving in the opposite direction and now just gets some free burst fire damage onto both Style and B. That's something else that I think we should be bringing up as well, Spoods. When we look at B replacing Elliot, I believe, from Game 1 to Game 2. And I think the big difference from what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 was that in Game 1, we saw CBL constantly with Killer Queen roaming around the map. We saw that again in Game 2, but I think in Game 2, B was matching that rotation and able to, therefore, match some of the aggression that Team Wales were trying to bring across the map.
Yep, Killer Queen on a bit of a hunting posture at the moment, just walks away, but I totally echo that sentiment, right? B is definitely who you want sort of helming your roster. You want him there to provide a little bit more stability, a bit more of a veteran voice. And that's something we're going to see a lot. The Killer Queen, with his W on the pop, he's just going to be denying so many dashes coming through from GAM.
And Levi is so far ahead of Killer Queen. Killer Queen now looking for a dive onto Kiaya. I don't know if this is going to work. He doesn't push Kiaya into the wall. The Ignite is ticking down. And Kiaya, it's 2 for 1, but it is first blood for the side of Team Wales. I don't know if that is a win for them because they don't even get the wave to crash under the tower after they get the kill onto Kiaya.
Yeah, absolutely not. This is great for the side of GAM. Not only do they get the 2 kills, so you give away first blood, you already pointed out the wave position, and now it's going to be in a hugely beneficial position for the side of Kiaya. But not only that, Levi, he's getting himself to hit by taking the enemy blue buff. Let's take a look at this. And you correctly pointed this out on the cast. Killer Queen goes in, does not get the stun into the wall. This is so crucial. If he had gotten it on that angle, it's actually on the other side, the top side of the tower, which makes it so much easier for the side of Gwen to come in and back him up. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Kiaya just gets to walk free, and so many turret shots get eaten by Team Wales. GAM, they come out wholly on top.
The funny thing is, if Killer Queen stayed on the tower and took that extra tower shot, because he was dead anyway from the Ignite, and with hindsight, if he takes the extra tower shot, Nagia doesn't pick up the tower shot, and I think Nagia actually could have survived. However, hookshot coming in, and Kiai just waits for Nagia to dash, then jumps on in, and there is absolutely nothing that Gwen can do as Kiai will just auto-attack him to death.
Yep, this is going to be a very disastrous lane coming in from the side of Team Wales now. That was, not very good. The only sort of silver lining after that gank for the side of Team Wales was that Gwen was the one that was really pushing up on the side, on their side against Kiaya in order to make that gank happen. But now that, we are seeing the solo kill come in from Kiaya, that, minion lead, that CS lead is no longer a factor. And again, they're looking elsewhere on the map, Kati to bot lane.
Killer Queen is not that far behind, but Arietti's going to have to back away. In the end, Kati decides against diving on in, so Arietti and CBL will be more than safe. But yeah, in such a tricky scenario, Kiaya with that first blood was able to, well, not first blood, with those 2 kills was able to pick up a Sheen. Now has a Kindle Gem as well and a longsword. Nagia is just going to get bullied so much, and I wonder if Killer Queen is just going to say, look, top lane's kind of screwed. I'm not going to try to fix that. I'm just going to try to play around other parts of the map, or whether he does indeed look to fix the top lane.
Yeah, that's the question, right? For the jungle mentality to go towards this top lane. You already pointed out the item difference, the deficit from Team Wales, and it's very difficult. Camille's a very skill-expressive champ, and if Kia is feeling himself, which I very much believe he is, Killer Queen going up there could very well just give him over a double kill. So I think, if you're on the side of Kia, you play it safe. If you're on the side of Killer Queen, you sort of play it safe, look towards your other lanes, and if it comes down to it, maybe you wait until you're a little bit stronger, until your Gwen's a little bit stronger. When your Gwen comes back to lane, hitting that first breakpoint, that first item breakpoint, I think that's when you look for a gank in that top lane, as you say, fixing that lane. But as it stands right now, I think going up towards top lane, if you're Killer Queen, is very much a suicide mission.
Well, Killer Queen is hovering around this top side. Oh, he's pinging that he wants to go in. He's going to get spotted out by a well-placed ward from Kiaya. And critically, Kiaya has that Hextech ultimatum available, so it'd be very difficult to kill the Camille right now. And in the end, Killer Queen just going to back inside Levi's jungle. But Kati shows up at the very end, Kiaya actually didn't realize you could go that far with a hook shot. The CC lands onto Killer Queen, who is on the run. Glory is here, has a seismic shove available, so GAM should not be able to go much further. Seismic shove onto 2, and Carti and Levi will be forced away.
Yeah, so I think the reason he was able to get over that wall is because of Blast Cone, because Camille detects that as an enemy, so he hook shots the first wall. It detects Blast Cone as an enemy, so he is able to get the bonus range and get over the second wall.
That is very cool. Right, after this game, I'm going to go play some Camille and just do that. I'll end up going 0-7, but it'll look really cool doing that hook shot.
Nobody's going to see it. Nobody. Nobody wants up there anyway.
So, would it work for Scryer's Bloom as well, do you think?
Theoretically, yes, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I could just be spewing misinformation as well, but oh, mid lane.
Yeah. Well, B making a roam, looks for Glory. The cleanse is burnt, flashing over the wall now, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Weaver's wall will be coming off cooldown shortly, but if he takes damage, it will cancel it. Oh, Levi with a Cyclone. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Killer Queen able to get the shutdown on Kiaya. It's a 1-for-1 across the map, and one that I think Team Wells will be happy with, considering they got that critical shutdown.
Yeah, the shutdown coming in from the top lane, Team Wells very aware that okay, let's actually take a look at that, right? They know that stuff's happening towards the bot side, so this is completely a safe play to make. And Kiaya just doesn't have the ward. I think the ward in that bush expired a little while ago and just doesn't have vision, so Killer Queen walks up, gets a kill. There's a good collapse coming through from Team Wales.
I don't know how the gold is even right now, Spoots, because Levi got such a huge advantage over Killer Queen in terms of CS, and then we saw Kiaya being able to pick up those early kills as well, so I'm very surprised that the gold is dead even. However, that probably won't be the case for much longer, considering GAM are picking up this Rift Herald uncontested.
Yep, I think it was, what, first blood coming through from Team Wales, plus the shutdown goal that sort of evened it out. But like you said, GAM, goalie doesn't matter at the moment. They got the Herald. Team Wales going to try to answer, get a few plates towards the bot side. This is a very safe position for them to be playing, and even Killer Queen is down here to sort of make sure no shenanigans kind of happen. They're just going to take the first plate and just walk away, though. I think that is a smart decision to make. I think it could be kind of beneficial at the moment if they try to set up for the Dragon, because no doubt GAM's going to be coming down here sometime relatively soon.
One thing I am keeping my eyes open for is Carti. I think Carti has had a very good series, probably his best series of the split. Maybe only that series against Team Secret last week was a better. But now he's level 8 on this Galio, and we saw in Game 2 when he was on the Galio, some of those heroes' entrances and the ability of Carti to be able to roam across the map as such was catching out the aggression we were seeing from Team Wales and being able to put a bit of a halt to it. So I'm interested and curious to see whether the same thing will happen again here in Game 3.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, Carti's playing Galio. I'd be kind of surprised, no matter how bad his form is, if he was having kind of a bit of a bad game on this champ, right? Like, he's had many years of experience piloting the big white dragon around the rift. At the moment, though,
Did he just call Galio a dragon?
I mean, he's a, what's he? He's a, what am I thinking of? Starts with a G. What is he?
A Goliath?
Yeah, Goliath. It's kind of a dragon, right?
Is that it? No.
Is it not?
Dragons have, I mean, I guess he does have wings.
He does have wings.
Oh, no, it's a gargoyle.
Gargoyle. Gargoyles have wings as well. I don't know. I feel like they're mini dragons, but
I mean, penguins have wings.
Penguins are dragons.
Penguins are dragons. There we go. Mission accomplished. However, we have a Drake up. It's rather late for first Drake, but in goes Carti onto Glory. Killer Queen with the Keeper's Verdict will send Levi out of the river as Nikki is just solo killing Kiaya. This is not what we expected. I mean, you were talking earlier, Spoots, about how Kiaya is probably going to be feeling himself. Will probably win 1v2s, but it's actually Kiaya losing 1v1s right now.
I want to see how that happened, right? Because a full health Camille at this point with these items should not really be losing against this Gwen. There's a chance, I think, with the Gwen ult and maybe a well-played immune. But overall, I want to get a replay on that. I think we're going to get it here. And yeah, he's on less than half health, tries to go in for the answer, and Nagia very smartly plays with the needlework here. And the Hexed Ultimatum's not going to do all that much. Another turret shot would have killed Nagia. This is a game of inches, and Nagia came out on top.
Well, another tower shot would have killed him. A Karthus ult would have killed him as well, but we don't have any Karthus in the game, so it doesn't matter. Beat on the run, Killer Queen chasing him down. Sorry for the flame Spoods. But he's going to be able to land the dredge line. One more burst fire is going to be enough. Can Killer Queen get a rage? He really, really, really wants this. He goes golden. He lands the dredge line. That's a fun interaction, but Killer Queen ends up picking up the kill nonetheless.
Wait, what was the flame? I don't get it.
I was flaming you for talking about like how a tower shot would have killed them, and I was like, yeah, but it didn't happen, so it doesn't matter.
I thought you
Kind of
meant the
thing.
Karthus
like,
didn't matter. I was like, there's no Karthus in the game. Okay, anyway.
Yeah,
seeing the TP
that was my point.
Okay. I don't get your point. But anyway, GAM comes down and he tries to save it. What happened here? Okay, Glory. Okay, nice taunt with the knockup, and it's just chain CC to death. Glory just gets taken out by a set of GAM. I'm not even sure when that happened.
So, going back to how we like make narratives coming into the series, and that's not happening. We expected Glory to be beating Kati, Kati's beating Glory. We expected Kiaya to be stomping Nagia, but Nagia is somehow beating Kiaya in lane. So it's all kind of weird things happening right now in the VCS. It's not like crazy int things, which is usually what happens in the VCS when like things aren't expected. But I quite like this, narratives being flipped, players who weren't performing that well previously starting to step up, starting to find their feet at the halfway point in Summer Split.
Yeah, I'm still anchored in the point that, Riot is still playing a little bit more supportive. This is by no means the style performance that we saw in the previous game styles. Still having a pretty good showing at the moment. Riot is just playing a little bit more safely. What I am a bit surprised about is that CBL has been sticking with him. I would have expected this Yuumi to go with the jungler, like we're seeing now. So overall, I think Team Wales is playing to their playbook still pretty well. It's just that GAM, after game number 1, they've sort of woken up. And they've said, yo, we can't let this stand. And they've just started playing a little bit better. As I say, Kati gets collapsed on.
Everfrost as well. GAM could look to turn this one around, but he's not too far away. And to go back to your point about CBL roaming, I think in game 2 we saw something like Killer Queen was 5-1, CBL was 0-0-5, and Team Wales had a total of 5 kills. That's how much CBL was always moving with Killer Queen, and whenever Team Wales would make play, it was with these two players coming together. And in the past, back when we thought about teams like Luxury, who have now disbanded or have become Team Wales, we thought it's all about Killer Queen. If Killer Queen plays well, this team can win. But now Team Wales, or Luxury becoming Team Wales, has become a team of, it seems that Killer Queen and CBL is all about this jungle support duo.
Yeah, and I would say, in this current meta, you're not really going to be winning any games as a solo jungler, right? So what we sort of saw the adaptation come through from Team Wales is that, yes, Killer Queen needs to get a hit. And once he does do that, he has to sort of spread the love a little bit among his teammates, right? Like Glory has to get a hit. Glory is a very good sort of vessel to put gold in, to put attention in. And he's able to win games, not really today, but other days certainly so. Now they're going to go in.
Dredge line does not land. Killer Queen turns to B, and B will fall. The Rift Herald is Team Wales for the taking as a keeper's verdict. Sen style back into his side of the jungle. Sadly though for Team Wales, the Rift Herald will reset.
Yep, that's just the disengaged power coming through from Killer Queen. If that engage come through from GAM, right? If it had come through successfully, it could have very well been a different story, right? GAM definitely could have had enough damage, enough presence on the map to be able to get a few more kills. But no, the Poppy Wall comes up, cancels, I think, 1 or 2 dashes. Very crucial engages coming in from GAM. And the rest of Team Wales show up. Those are very long cooldowns that did not have any impact. And Team Wales, they capitalize.
Levi looking towards the Killer Queen, however, CBL pops the Shirelia's Reverie and allows Arietti and Killer Queen to be able to run it out to safety. Killer Queen with that phase rush anyway, so has a lot of movement speed. And again, another dash effectively stopped by the Steadfast Presence. Kati looking to come in from the side. That tower is going to be falling very soon, but look how low Kia is going. Hextech Ultimatum on it to a Glory, and the hero's entrance on top. Glory goes golden. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Top lane for mid laner. Levi on the back of foot. Kati forced to run for his life, and it is just the 1-for-1 in the mid lane, but GAM get a tower on top.
Yeah, that was very aggressive coming through from the side of GAM. Instead of defending their own turret from the Rift Herald, they just go in instead. Let's take a look at this. Turret goes very low, and Kiaya, the massive balls on this man to say, screw this turret, I'm going in, goes all the way to almost tier 2 turret, gets, I believe, the engage on 1 or 2 members, Hextech Ultimatum comes down, so much damage gets followed up from the side of GAM, and they just pick up the turret and a couple kills on the way out. Their turret still remains standing despite Rift Herald.
It's been a very close, a very slow game. Following that play, Team Wales were also able to pick up the Infernal Drake. But I want to highlight some of the scaling options for Team Wales, because I do feel that once we get to the later stages of the game, Nagi on this Gwen is going to be a lot bigger than Kiai on this Camille, and I'm kind of worried about how are GAM going to be able to answer the split push, the split push threat that Team Wales will have at their disposal.
Yeah, but this is something that we've seen GAM be able to exploit multiple times, right? Especially, like, even in the last game, we saw some split push attempts coming through from the side of Team Wales, but some very well-placed, I would say, aggression, some good def bushes in order to get them behind the split push, right? And collapse in has been something that GAM has been really good at once they get ahead as a 5-man unit. And right now, sure, the gold is even, but GAM definitely have the tools to get ahead, even just a little bit more ahead, right? That they're able to push up the vision line. And once they're able to do that, it becomes very difficult for Team Wales to split push, no matter who you send to the side lane, right? Because you have no vision. So I believe, right, if it comes down to that, we will have to pay a lot of attention to the vision game coming through from GAM.
I think something else to bring up as well is even if Team Wales can extend their goal lead and they can start to siege, I think something that isn't talked about enough in cast sometimes is the sieging potential.
Sure.
Because GAM have very, very good wave play. It's very difficult to siege against the Sivir because she just destroys waves within the blink of an eye.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is the quintessential Sivir identity, right?
Ability.
To phrase it that way.
Yeah.
Sits there, farms until 500, wins you the game. No longer the case now with the rework. Gets a little bit more impact in the mid game, as we see here. Look at those bounces, man. Multiple times on the same target. They're going in. Glory's dead.
Glory has been picked. Dredgeline is going to land, but in goes Killer Queen trying to buy some time for Ariete, but over the wall comes a hook shot, and Gamma just got a white Team Wales. They weren't ready for the fight. Nagir now showing up on the flank, but his entire team has been decimated, and Nagir is the only member left standing. Can he find some kind of miraculous outplay? No, surely not in GAM.
Baron?
They can just look for the Baron on spawn.
Yep, it's going to be a spawn Baron, and GAM's just going to take it down. I don't think there's going to be any chance of a contest coming through from Team Wales. The teleport coming in from Kati to just sort of seal the deal here. But, you know, it doesn't even matter at this point, right? GAM, I want to see the start to that fight, because I have no idea how the heck Glory was caught out on that position. I thought he was on that bush. He should have had vision of GAM coming in. He should have known to just back away, but he ends up dying, and I just want to see how it started.
I'm sure we will get a replay of that one momentarily, and here it is.
Oh, he wasn't in the bush. Oh, it's so well played from Levi, just on the edge of that bush, just catches out. Glory coming in, just makes the snap decision to go in, the instant engage coming in, the follow-up from the Galio, and they just wipe the rest of Team Wales off the map. Like you said, they were not prepared for this, and the only silver lining about why GAM was not able to push down a few more mid turrets was the fact that, another point you brought up earlier very diligently, right, that Nagir is very strong at the moment and will only get stronger on this Gwen.
And maybe that's something Team Wales can look towards, because prior to that fight, I thought Team Wales, while the goal was very even, if not dead even, it did feel like Team Wales were controlling the game and they were the ones dictating the pace of the game, but all of that has changed with one team fight. That being said, Team Wales still very strong. They still have all of their inner towers still standing. We're still a mile away from getting to Soul Point, let alone Elder Drake. You know, 21 minutes in, only 2 Drakes picked up. We've got an Ocean Drake up now. Team Wales, they could just try to turtle for the next few minutes.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, it's a minute 30 seconds on Baron. If you push up a little too far, if you fall for another one of GAM's death bushes, right, that could very well be the end of the game for you. GAM is very good at ending these games, no matter how much of a slump this organization is in. And Team Wales, they're playing it very smartly, not overextending into the jungle, which they at this point have no control over. They're walking into lanes. They're attempting to clear out the minions. What is this?
I don't know if Killer Queen wanted to go in or just try to zone away GAM, but he just gets bursted so quickly. The steadfast presence, it stops some of the dashes, but it doesn't stop the damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there should be any excuse for that. I mean, throwing your life away, sure, you're Poppy, you want to get closer to the wave to clear it. But that is not the way. Kiaya going in already.
Kiai trying to come in on the flank. Ariete had already flashed away, and in the end, Team Wales end up picking the kill as Kiaya just goes too far forward. Weaver's Wall and Glory looking for style. The spell shield going to be able to stop that. Kati with the stun. Glory cleanses that away. Kati dashes out towards B, towards Levi. Team Wales might still want this fight. The focus onto Nagia. How much damage can this Gwen do? Does the Gwen get popped? Indeed it does. But what about Ariete? Kati diving back in. Ariete over the wall. Kati will still be alive, but Killer Queen is back up. Ariete, does he spark surge over the wall? He is moving so quickly with a Yumi on top, but he's getting bursted, and Ariete will fall. CBL and Killer Queen against 2, and Style just cleaning up Team Wales. A triple kill for the Sivir, and Levi chases Killer Queen back towards his side of the map.
What a long fight. Killer Queen gets out, comes back in. Kiaya, he's not done. He wants this turret. He knows he has enough time. And it's gonna be GAM eventually coming up on top. They pick up the dragon as well. And Team Wales, honestly, what in the world was that play?
The weird thing is, at the end, I feel like, and again, I know this is sounding harsh, this sounded like criticism, but this is the difference, I feel like, between Ariete and someone like Style, someone like Artemis, or even this split, Celebrity. You put them in that situation on the Zeri, they clean up that fight for Team Wales.
Yep, for sure, but oh man, this isn't Style, this is Variety, right? He's playing a little bit more supportive in the backline. He doesn't have that kind of damage, and this is a great Galio out to give them a little bit more space, right, for the side of GAM. And I don't know about this. Look at the spacing that Variety is putting himself in, right? This is good to keep himself alive, but so many missed auto attacks. Granted, he didn't have the vision, right? But he just goes down, and now Killer Queen, CBL. This is a Poppy and a Yumi. You don't have damage to clean it up. But my question really is, why do you go for that fight in the first place? Killer Queen was dead.
Yeah.
He overextended. Even Glory knew there was an overextension. Did you see the emotes he popped up with the question marks? But
yeah,
knowing that, right, why do you still go in? I know you got Kiaya in the flank, right? That's a good pickup to have. You lose a turret, but crucially, you did not lose your base. Team Wales, they did not have to go for that fight. They're going in again.
There's a teleport available for Nigi, and he's going to TP in. The focus is onto Levi, jumping over the wall, but the follow will come through from Ariete, and Levi's left with nowhere to go. Going to go golden. Maybe he can jump over the Baron Pit wall, but no, he can't. Team Wales will get the kill. CBL will pick up the shutdown.
Okay, on the flank is going to attempt to get this turret. I think the back is going to come in time, so a very good pick coming in from the side of Team Wales to shut down Levi. This is going to give them a little bit more time, a little bit more space to play with. And, hopefully they're able to hold on.
We're starting to see glimpses of how strong Team Wales can be. We saw in that previous fight, Nagia and Ariete almost hard winning a team fight for them, but just that little bit short. And if this game continues to be extended, continues to get longer, and Ariete and Nagia can pick up some more items, GAM have to start getting very worried.
Yes, but only in that case that you laid out, right? If Team Wales, they are able to get more items through and really unlock their scaling, that's when GAM has to get worried. At this point, though, GAM is still very much in the driver's seat, right? Like, Team Wales, save for, a very bad misposition coming through from GAM, like maybe Levi gets caught out a couple more times, right? GAM does what they want to do, and Team Wales has to respond. Right now, I think their eyes are on Baron. They are trying to set it up, and Team Wales, they're trying to get a little bit more vision into it, but it's not working out so far.
Can Team Wales afford to give away the
Righty.
Baron? Oh, hook shot over the wall. Focus onto Ariete. Just getting bounced around. Is going to be able to spark surge over the wall. But now it's Killer Queen who's fed to the wall. CBL left with nowhere to go. The dredge line lands onto Nagia as well. And Glory is just forced to watch as GAM pick up 3 kills for nothing.
Yep, and yeah, Variety gets caught out. I'm Oh, they didn't have any vision in the bot side, and Glory just puts down the wall to buy them a little bit more space. The minions are going for a trek into the jungle. But,
It's like
yeah.
a scene from Bug's Life. Go around the wall.
Wow, that unlocked the core memory, Milky. What the heck?
It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, Team Wales, they're still alive, but they have to start. They have to start being wary of Ki on those flanks. They have been caught out too often by Levi waiting, by Carty, by Kia with those hook shots over the wall. And you highlighted it earlier, Spoods. The vision game is so important for Team Wales. Do they want to contest this? Are they going to try to fight this?
I think they have to. If not, we saw what GAM was able to do in the previous Baron, right? They're even trading their own lives to get some turrets. I think you're running out of turrets for the side of Team Wales, right? GAM's health bars are as unhealthy as they're going to be for the next few minutes. So I think if you are going to pull a trigger, you're going to try to pull a trigger now. But this might be just a little bit too late. They had the opportunity. There weren't enough people around the Baron pit to answer, and now GAM's just going to get away.
To be fair to Team Wales, they've delayed that Baron by about 30 seconds. So Ki is teleporting in, but the tower will full seismic shove. Unlucky not to land from Glory. Team Wales have to back away. I know there's an Ocean Drake up. I don't think you can contest this. Surely not, right?
I'm not sure if you have to. I mean, sure, it's going to be a bit of a help. I think they might just try to bait GAM, but that's not the play. I think GAM, if they sniff this out correctly, they're just going to walk down mid.
I know.
Nagia is in a very perilous position at the moment.
I have my head in my hands. This feels like it could be the end for Team Wales. This feels like it might be too aggressive. Cyclone, the fight over the Ocean Drake. Who will get it? Nagia is solo. All of Team Wales are solo. Carty doing so much damage on his own. Levi over the wall, but Arietti is able to find one kill. The Ultra Shock Laser finds one. Arietti and CB are left. Sal over the wall. Flashes, picks up the kill. And it is a quadra kill for Style. 5 kills, a 4-2, and GAM are going to march on into Team Wales' base.
Yep, GAM, they could have just taken the easy road. They could have just walked into base. That would have run the risk of Team Wales being at their base with a fast enough recall to sort of answer the push. But no, they go for the dragon. They knew that Team Wales was there. They say, we will take this fight. They got down so much AoE. They followed up so well. They got down so much damage with their gold. And it's going to be GAM taking the 2-1. Very hard fought, coming through a dominating second game and now a third game to finish out the series.
And GAM clean up Team Wales. GAM take the series, and it is GAM who find momentum after that win against Team Secret. And for the first time this split, they get 2 wins back-to-back. Spoots, I don't want to say GAM are back, because I feel like we're a little bit away from, you know, top-tier GAM. But they're slowly making a return, and, I mean, a lot of positives for Team Wales as well.
Sure, and I think it's important to acknowledge, right, I think this was said on cast a few times before, that Carty does have this sort of habit of ramping up throughout the split, where he's only really fully online in the playoffs. So I like to see that, you know, this is the trend that we're seeing again. It says to me that GAM are, I don't want to say being a bit lazy, but definitely they are tempering their own strengths to be fully online at the end of the split. But yeah, like you said, they are on the uptick. That's very nice to see. But on the other side, Team Wales, whew, I mean, I said it was a 50-50, but seeing their performance today, I think it very well could have gone the other way. Just a few fights had to go in the different direction.
I think we were in a rather unique scenario where, for once, Glory wasn't playing very well.
Sure.
And there were so many times that he got picked in that game, and without that, I think maybe maybe we're still in game right now, right?
Maybe.
But on the whole, big step up from, I think, even the likes of Arietti. While it wasn't, you know, an S-tier performance, it was much better than what we've seen from him in the past. And same for Nagia as well.
Yeah, I think I was, I didn't really say all that much about Nagia, but I was generally quite impressed with his performance today, right? When I think about historic Nagia, he was that player who would be in the top lane, not really do all that much. But sure, he didn't really do all that much in this game, but he was a very solid player. He had some plays where I can call back to and say, this, if he didn't do this play, it would have been a much more dire situation for Team Wales. So I will give credit over to the side of Nagia, but Yeah, I think Ariety still has quite a bit to go, especially if Team Wales are going to make it a habit to put him on carries, right? I think he's still very much at home playing supportive AD carries, and forcing him on Zeri and forcing him on Kalista was not the way to go, especially against an opponent like GAM. Like, if you want to try that, try it against sort of weaker teams on the standings, but it's kind of rough.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to hand check Style and B. They are very, very good bottom lane. But with that, we are going to be heading into a short break. And when we return, we'll have our second series of the day awaiting you. Saigon Buffalo against ASE Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Oh, pardon me. We'll be back in a short bit.
go? Tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me, where do I go? Tell me, where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me, where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as I go. Where do I go? Tell me, where do I take? Tell me, where do I go? Tell me, where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will In the space between thought and wonder, memory cannot pull you under. In the moment between breath and dying, you're free, fearless, you're flying. It's a new age, gotta make it up as you go. It's all the rage, gotta take it all in tow. You can't be living by the shreds of what you think your old sage advice was century overload. Whatever the pressure, however your pleasure holds you captive to the treasure. No matter how the earth reverberates, you're dancing with the greats, with the fools and their fates. For time it never waits. Fire dance, a flame alive. It's a game of butterfly. And remember there's a why. You should always question the answers. Are you ready for your life to be laid bare? And are you sure about the proof by which you swear? It's all the same, life's a game for a name untarnished by someone else's fear. Whatever they offer, however your wishes beckon, harder than you reckon. The fire doesn't dance if there dictates, and now you're dancing with the greats. Let the fools have their fates, for time it never waits. Fire dance, a flame alive. It's a game of butterfly. And remember there's a why. You
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCS. We're almost about to be ending our first round robin. Just 3 more series to go. 1 more series left today. Saigon Buffalo taking on AS Esports. Now, earlier on today, I talked about how I got an upgrade in color casters as I went from Quincy to Spoods. But it seems that I've got yet another upgrade because now I'm joined by Yulway.
It's a Thursday. I don't know. Yeah, very weird combination of words. But I've never been here on a Thursday, so that's a first. I hope nothing comes up, because let's not talk about what I'm officially doing right now. So, hello.
Look, what happens on Thursdays stays in the Thursdays, right? The rest of the VCS never finds out what happens during the Thursdays games. It's full of the crazy stuff. We had a really good 3-game series between GAM and Team Wales earlier on, and now we've got Saigon Buffalo against AS Esports. So I'm going to start off with the sensible line, which is AS Esports have been really, really struggling. In the infamous words of Coach Tim, they're only going to win 2 games this split. Well, they got those 2 games win in the same series against Genius, and they got their first series win. But it's not looking likely that they're going to get anything more than that, especially not against Saigon Buffalo your way.
Well, you say that, but Saigon Buffalo sometimes is a little bit of a wild card when it comes to that, especially in game 2s. So, if I had to bet on the series outcome, I would still bet on Saigon Buffalo, for sure. Also, a little bit of bias maybe coming in. But I would not bet on a 2-0, unfortunately, because Saigon Buffalo never manages to 2-0 any team. So let's see if they can improve today. From the AS perspective, I'd say, well, they are by far the weakest team right now looking at the standings, but they are on a little bit of a high, maybe from last week, finally winning some games, finally settling in. And we saw, actually, their opponent, Saigon Buffalo, if you think back to the Rumble stage in MSI, they were devastated after the first few days, right? They went 0-6, I believe, to start. And then they finally won a game and suddenly looked like the VCS team we knew, and even the team we knew from the first group stage. So sometimes it's just that one victory you need to finally get settled. And we certainly have seen some potential from the AS players. And you have to remember, they were actually the first team to qualify. They didn't just slip into VCS. They dominated the promotion tournament. So it's not like this team is supposed to lose to everyone. They have some decent players. And I think maybe the second half of the split can give them a few more victories. I think they are not going to be a total pushover.
Yeah, and for AS Esports, again, one player that I really want to highlight is Playcool, who I personally think has been the best and the most consistent member for AS Esports across the whole tournament. I personally think he's been really good. And I know, because I put out that tier list on Twitter yesterday, I know you thought I put Froggy a little bit too low, but I'm actually very interested to see these 2 mid laners going toe-to-toe, because I do think Froggy hasn't quite been at the highs that we have seen of him previously. And I think this is a good opportunity for Playcool to once again prove himself.
And the whole Saigon Buffalo split so far has been strange. Because it's not like we have precedent for good and for bad Saigon Buffalo splits, right? We saw them struggle immensely in winter. We saw them dominate again in spring, and actually 2 springs in a row. And usually all their success comes down to, does BJ perform? But this split so far, BJ has been great, and they still struggled. Now, they're not out of the picture. They're actually fighting their way back into the playoffs picture right now. With a win today, they would end the first half of the split 3-4, which is not amazing, but they would tie Wales and everything would be fine. But most of their struggles have actually come from their side lanes, in my opinion, where Shogun and Taki looked amazing at MSI, came back and are just another bot lane. They should be the best bot lane. They should be pushing to dominate all the bot lanes in the league, because they solo killed Carrier and Yumi over and over again. Now there's just another bot lane. To be fair, bot lane is a strong position. But on the other side of the map, Hasmid also just kind of, yeah, he's there. But is he doing anything special? So I think the side lanes are the ones I want to see improve from Saigon Buffalo, because we all know all players individually, even Froggy, can be huge playmakers, can be very good in team fights. And if this team gets better in the early game, in the laning phase, I think their team fighting is among the best. Their macro maybe not so much, but who needs macro in the VCS?
Now, we are getting ready to jump on into picks and bans. Very quickly before we do get into it. Never mind. It's just showed up. Actually, no, I can still ask this because it's not showing. Who do you think is playing for AS Esports in the top lane? LLT or 2T? And who do you think is in the ADC role Easy Love or Uzi?
So I have no idea who's gonna be there, but I would hope for a 2T Uzi lineup. Now 2T is the more controversial of the two, I think. Uzi, I think we all agree, is better and more of a hyper carry, which I think the team needs. More carry threats are always good to deal with, especially if you're coming in as a new team. So I definitely think Uzi should be the starting ADC. And for top lane, I think 2T actually looked pretty decent the last few weeks, so I would like to see a continuation of the 2T top lane experiment.
Well, they say T stands for top, right? That's why he's called 2T and not 2M. Either way, Saigon Buffer, they're already giving a bit of respect to Uzi, banning away his Raven that we did see in a previous series, which was the only time AS won a game, well, one of the two times Uzi winning with Raven, and I believe it was Easy Love who won with an Aphelios pick. But one thing that we should mention, that Sivir is open, and it was busted in our previous series today.
I'm so excited to see some Sivir, because she has long been one of my best ADCs. Actually played her so much last season in ranked games and had a pretty decent win rate. Of course, more towards the lethality build back then, but now she kind of combines all of the good things about the lethality build with the old hyper carry build. So there she is, first pick. She's 2-0 today on both teams. Actually won a game on Sivir, and she was first picked, I think, both games she won. So very high priority in the VCS. ASE Esports, I hope they have a counter cooked up, and looks like Tristana is a snap answer into the Sivir. A little bit curious, because Sivir can spell shield Tristana's explosion pretty easily, and now she gets healed as well, so not entirely sure how that's going to work out, but maybe it's also a flex into play cool's hands.
Well, that is one thing I was thinking. Does he get flex to play cool? I was also going to say maybe LLT plays this Tristana again, but it is 2T in that top lane, not LLT. You're going for this Viego, and Saigon Buffalo going to answer that with this Wukong. And we already mentioned how well BNJ's been playing. I think I'd put him as our best jungler. I think you'd probably put him second behind DNK.
Yeah, I think BNJ has been absolutely amazing. He was my player of the week, at least, last week. He was one of the candidates. I don't think we have actually decided already, but he's out for votes, and I personally voted for BNJ on all the platforms I could, because to me, he has been the outstanding player, the playmaker for Saigon Buffalo, and it's his wheelhouse in terms of champion pool. He is so good on these engaged team fighting carries like the Wukong, and I also love the Seraphine. She's such a strong pick. And Froggy used to be the best mid lane Seraphine player in the league, so it might actually be a flex between Froggy and Taki, who we like to see on more of the playmaking champions. So a lot of flexibility, super strong picks from Buffalo so far. I think they've definitely won the first part of the draft so far.
By best mid lane Seraphine, are you referring to Spring 2021 by any chance?
Yeah, he was the only one really to play that Seraphine. So we haven't seen it in a long while, but when she came out in 2021 or end of 2020, I can't quite remember the timeline, she was ignored by almost anyone, even though she was in a super strong state, as she is again. And Froggy and SGB kind of were the first ones to experiment with that mid lane Seraphine. You have to also consider Froggy was playing a little bit more of a supportive style back then. Nowadays he also plays more towards farming and hyper carrying, but he's still a super good player when it comes to seeing opportunities, team fighting, finding angles, finding flanks. So Seraphine, just a great pick for him, especially paired up with the Wukong. Wukong Seraphine, you go in with Wukong, you have the double extension through his clone and the actual Wukong into the backline, so I really like this pick and the combination.
Now, we're getting play calls at LeBlanc, which means that it will be Tristana going into the hands of Uzi in the bottom lane. Saigon Buffalo locking in the Nautilus, which means you're getting your wish your way. It is going to be a Seraphine mid for Froggy.
Oh, it's a best hits list here for Saigon Buffalo. We go into Hasmid Irelia. This is going to be a banger of a game. It's Irelia on the best Irelia player of the league, I'd say. Hasmid, absolutely amazing on this pick. I like it even more than his Akali, maybe, because I just generally like watching good Aurelius a little bit more than Akali's maybe. But it's also a very good counter matchup into the Gnar. And it's on blue side, which makes the matchup a little bit easier, I think. I'm not entirely sure on that, but it gives Aurelia an easier way to her own tower, so she can dodge ganks easier, and Na actually has to walk back to his own tower a much longer way, so Aurelia actually has a little bit of an easier time chasing him down. And we don't really see Aurelia counter picks on blue side, usually. Usually it's the red side last pick into the Na, right? That's what everyone is playing. But I actually think on blue side it's even more potent to chase down that mini Na whenever she can.
And we're just in a situation in the meta right now where Na's getting picked up so early on in the draft, you can pick up that Irelia before you even get to the final rotation sometimes. Now, I'm a little bit skeptical because the last time I casted on Irelia Na, I was very hyped to see the Irelia counter pick into Na. However, Kiaya decided that, no, I'm playing Na, I counter Irelia. How he managed that against Hero, who, I will say again, was and still is the best performing top laner, lane-wise, statistically speaking anyway, was incredibly impressive. So, do I think 2T can do what Kiaya did? No. But am I still a little bit skeptical? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Na also perform decently in counter matchups. That's one of the reasons why Na is picked up so much, even blindly, because people are confident enough to say, well, there are counters. We all know about Aurelia. We all also know about the looming Yasuo. I'm not entirely sure how strong he is right now in the top lane as a counter, but there are answers into Na, but none of them really smash him too hard. It's like when Jace was super high priority. Everyone knew, yeah, there's a potential Jace counter on the horizon. Some people know some things, but it never really worked well enough to be worth the risk. And Aurelia is a risk, because if she doesn't win lane, well, Na's just gonna outshine her in teamfights. So let's see if Hosmer can make it work, but if anyone can, I think it's Hosmer.
Well, with that, we head onto the Rift for the opening game. I don't know about you, Yulwei, but I really prefer Saigon Buffalo's draft. And I think one of the issues I have with ASE Esports, I'm looking towards that LeBlanc, and I know I'm rather controversial in the sense that I very much like LeBlancs, but I don't know if Playcool's going to be able to do much against Froggy Seraphine, and considering that's the only AP source of damage for the side of AS Esports, I do wonder if it's going to be able to get online and be able to have a significant impact.
Yeah, I am skeptical about LeBlanc, especially for newer teams that are not amazing in the early game. You really need to play a high action, high octane kind of style and try to dominate the game from start to finish to make LeBlanc work. She doesn't really fall off that badly, but ooh, what is she doing here?
Dredge line, and that's going to be Playcool giving over first blood before the 1.5 minute mark, picked up by Taki as well.
That's not a good start for the LeBlanc. Now, the kill went over to Taki, but the more important part is Froggy gets to lane for free in the early game. Now, he probably gets to level 2 before LeBlanc can even impact lane. It's one less level she has to worry about, the Seraphine. And this is just foolish.
Why?
I mean, yeah, there's not much to say. It's just weird. So
Yulwei, were you listening in to the stream for the first series?
I was, yeah. I'm not sure if I caught absolutely everything, but I tried to, yeah.
So me and Spoods discovered that, and this is probably part of, Thursday VCS, that all of our narratives were opposites, right? Kiaya wasn't performing well.
Oh my god,
Taki!
Shogun and Taki, they are back. This is what they did to Yume, Yushi, and Carrier. Level 1 2v2 kill. I mean, Zin, hello? Can you activate your buttons, please? You have a flash?
Okay,
maybe flash away there?
In fairness to Zin, that Taki hook was nuts. How he landed that, I don't know. And Taki has done this consistently on Nautilus. He does some incredible micro stuff with Nautilus, and he actually makes it look like a skill-expressive champion.
Yeah, it's also a little bit on Uzi. Now, I don't like to flame the ADC for dodging skill shots, because that's... Oh, Froggy's dead, I think.
Okay.
Yep, there he goes.
Okay.
Well, Playcool redeeming himself. Very nice to see. But yeah, Uzi could have definitely stepped in front of his struggling support and just caught the hook and then cleansed out, or even walked out, because he was full HP. But usually the ADC is more concerned about his own positioning, so yeah, it could have been optimized, but I don't really like to flame ADCs for that. Froggy dying here is quite bad for his matchup, because that's a kill at level 3, which means Playcool will be very close to his Ignite cooldown level 6, and level 6 LeBlanc is probably in kill range of Froggy if he has Ignite as well. So now I think I would like to see BJ invest a little bit of time. Speaking of investing time, there's the jungler and top lane.
Very quick reactions from Harsmid. I think saw Hio coming from the ward in the tri-bush. Hio, though, waiting around, looking for Harsmid. Harsmid, though, I think wants to outplay this. Might even want to go for the 1v2. Tuti's going to be able to land the boomerang throw. Or just proc the hyper before walking away. But to go back to the point I was making, we're on opposite day here in the VCS. So we saw Kiaya not having a great day. Then we saw all of a sudden Nagia playing well. Everything was wrong. Now we come into this series and we were talking about Playcool is the best player for ASE Esports. Then he steps up very, very badly and dies. And then we were talking about how Froggy is the best Seraphine mid in the VCS, and then he gets solo killed by Playcool. So it's all up in the air right now.
So what we're learning here is just don't listen to us, because everything we say is just wrong. Or maybe
Thursday,
listen to us
don't
and
listen to us.
turn it around, because we're actually telling you what's going to happen. You just have to turn around what we're saying, because all the predictions are the opposite. But I actually want to go back to this whole bot lane setup, because we have seen Sivir, and we have seen win rates of Sivir on this patch. It's the pre-nerfed, I think it is hotfix, because hotfixes usually get through, even if they play on the first instance of this patch. So it's not the ultra broken Sivir, but it's still something like 53% after the hotfix. She got nerfed again the current patch. And yeah, we saw her 2-0ing the first series and the hands of two different players. Even Ariety looked great on her. And now they counterpicked it very confidently with Tristana, and the lane is losing. That is not a good start.
Okay, it's losing. I want to say it's not losing massively. Like, the death that they got was questionable. It shouldn't have happened, is what I want to say with that. As ASE Esports, though, they are able to find some priority in the bottom lane, and that is enough to enable Hio to pick up this first Drake of the game.
I mean, Tristana naturally just pushes a lot, especially because Sivir's pushing power is actually much more limited now on the new Sivir, especially in the early game. Your W bounces deal like 10 damage to minions. It's nothing to speak of, as this is an attempt to dive. No Meganar.
Tuti flashes out of the flawless duet. However, keep an eye on Playcool. Level 6, but Harsmed has the Vanguard's edge as well, but Harsmed just gets popped down. And it's Hio who picks up the kill onto the Aurelia.
Yeah, and 2T, I have to praise him for that. That was a huge outplay from 2T. SGB was operating on a very slim timer, and they had the kill down. If 2T doesn't flash away, that's a very easy kill. Speaking of kills, a Q
Uzi
should be enough.
Away.
Oh.
Uzi has the flash. It could flash out of a possible boomerang. Oh my god, Uzi.
Uzi really trying to play like his namesake.
Wait, Zin really wants this. Oh, he dropped the Ignite down. Taki, no. Oh, what is going on?
It's a VCS kind of game, and I mean, it's SGB, the highest combined kills per minute team from Spring, alongside, I think, Killer Queen's team, because it's Killer Queen's team, obviously.
Oh, Uzi!
No!
Just flash! Just flash! Oh.
I like the attitude,
You're
I
right.
like the confidence, but that was just foolish, Uzi. Come on, my boy.
I think you ever heard the meme your way of the Prometheus school of running away from things?
I don't think so.
So the Prometheus school of running away from things comes from the hit film Prometheus, the prequel to the Aliens horror franchise. And in one scene, there's like a spaceship that's crashing and it's like rolling. And these people are like running away from it. And all they have to do is take like 5 steps to the left and they'll dodge it. But they just keep running forward as it chases them. That's what Uzi did. Just rocket jump to the side and you dodge it.
Also reminds me of Game of Thrones Season 6, where Rickon just refuses to zigzag, because why would he? When
Oh my
someone's
god,
trying
yeah,
to shoot him in the back.
I remember watching that episode when it came out with my friend. I was just like, just start strafe. Is that what they call it? Strafing in CSGO, where you like move left and right?
I have no idea. Sorry, I'm not a CSGO watcher. We need Kerrix to clear that up. Maybe Spoots knows it for the next.
I'll have a look on Twitch chat, because I'm sure some of them are going to be there. Like, it's because there is definitely a term where you like move left and right when shooting in like a 1v1 with like machine guns or
I've
whatever.
heard the word, but I have no idea what it actually means. We have to say though, ASE is setting up the Herald swap, and they have kind of fumbled the timing because the Sivir is getting a lot of alone time, and many platings already going over to her. So Uzi is now on his way back to bot lane to defend that one. He's already 30 CS behind, and SGB making the aggressive call to call ASE on their bluff here. If they lose this objective ASE, they basically lose the game.
Keep your eyes on Playcool. He's coming from the side. It is a 2-mana Froggy ultimate, but
That's
is
it.
it enough? Cyclone into the backline. Showstopper from Zin pulls a Taki away. BJ gets the kill onto here. In goes 2D, but he can't find anyone, and Playcool does practically no damage. The Rift Herald secured as well. I think that is on BJ. His hands are looking a little bit purpley to me.
And the ASE really tried to play a great macro game, a normal League of Legends macro game. They set up the swap. They thought, okay, enemy team's not swapping. We have priority in numbers. But then they saw the bot lane and got scared, and everything just crumbles as Froggy hits a great ultimate. Even though Zin actually deals amazing amounts of damage for a support player, it's just not enough. And Playcool, look at him. He never gets into the fight. They all stack up together, and SGB just wins on all sides of the map. Top lane won, mid lane got there, won, and bot lane in the meantime got 3 platings. Look at the Sivir, 2-0, Kraken Slayer completed pre-10 minutes. The game's falling apart for ASE Esports.
And I think one of the things that we have in the past praised AS Esports for is that their early games have been... sometimes have gone well, and it's after the early game that things go badly. When you start skirmishing and when we start to get towards the mid-game, this time in the early game, it's not gone well for AS Esports, so things are looking rather dire for them unless they have been able to fix their mid-games. However, 2T caught by the flawless duet, and BJ showing up as well. This is going to be a big wave that's going to be crashing under 2T's tower as well.
Yeah, I think this sequence is very valuable to look at again and this is a huge fight brewing here, and Taki is there.
2T getting caught out. He's going to surely perish in the 2v2 against Hazmat. Actually lands the Nara ultimate. All the while, Playcool ends up getting the kill onto BJ. So somehow, AS Esports come out of the play on top.
Kind of. I think it's an even trade considering the plate's going over to BJ, but very nice counterplay. And BJ, a little bit disconnected in the whole game, I think. The second time in the row, he gets caught out. Oh no, 2T, don't squander this.
No Vanguard's Edge available. Will flash away. Vanguard's Edge up shortly. But 2T forced away, and Hazmat is very healthy, and 2T is well within kill range of the Aurelia.
He has to stay, because the tower is going to fall if he doesn't stay. The only hope for ASE Esports right now, top lane defending and dragon stacking. So it's going alright in the kill score, but they're more than 2k gold down. So they need to somehow slow down the game, get some items under the belt of Tristana, or not die to these attempts.
Playcool almost getting caught out, but in the end has a distortion available and is able to use it to escape. Second drake of the game secured by AS Esports. They find themselves 2.5k gold down. It's not... okay, it is a pretty big amount, but Playcool misses the ethereal chains onto Froggy, so Froggy will live to see another day.
Yeah, maybe put down those sunglasses, because you might look cool, but you also don't hit any skill shots, because that was not even close to Froggy's model. I'm not sure where he was aiming.
I mean, sometimes when you distort on top of a champion, you can throw out your
weird.
ethereal chains in a weird direction. But I agree, so, they didn't get close to Froggy.
Checking in with the game state, we extend the gold lead for the bot lane, and I mean, if you just look back at the pick order, everything is going well. They first picked Sivir. She's a hyper carry in the late game. She's very far ahead and super accelerated. Dangerous dive. 4 members, though, should be.
Flash showstopper into the Gnarl. Hazmat just can't press any buttons. Fantastic dive from AS Esports.
It's just 1 kill, though, for 4 people invested. Okay, BJ, once again. Looking a little bit flustered today, I'm not entirely sure, a little bit twitchy and trying to just make things happen that don't have a high percentage. But it doesn't really matter, his team is winning without him, so it's good to have a weird game maybe in game 1 against ASE Esports, because you have to win a lot of games if you're SGB, and your bot lane is carrying you right now, so BJ gets to do whatever he wants in this game. Still a few questionable engages from him.
You know, Yulwei, how I was making up my list of, like, VCS terms, right? can we now add the like an Uzi greed or I don't know. There have been a few moments in this game, and I feel like if it ever happens again with those players, I'm definitely going to turn it into like a term of some kind.
I mean, the story writes itself, right? He names himself Uzi.
Yes.
Now, admittedly, very different spelling, but probably
correct
a
spelling.
recursion on Uzi, right? So,
Yeah.
and he plays like Uzi, or he tries to play like Uzi. Uzi would have sidestepped that Q, maybe, but the thought was correct. The result, very much not so. But even the original Uzi had a lot of games in the LPL where he just died a lot. He was mostly performing super well, especially early in his career in international stages, and wasn't the greatest LPL AD carry until later. As Asmit might just die again.
Play cool. Prepping the wave here, just standing menacingly outside the tower range. And oh, here comes in as well. Vanguard's Edge, but the face breaker. Oh, another tower shot. Play cool, guys. Hasman, how did you pull that one off? We need to see a replay of it.
Oh, too many inputs. I have no idea what he just did there. Flash ult at the same time, kind of concealed with the flash, and then Q follow up. In the meantime, of course, bot lane and mid lane just group up to get another tower. I love this play from Saigon Buffalo, just playing very much like GAM did last season, where they constantly put Kati in really weird situations in side lanes and told him, outplay the situation, please. But let's try to figure out what Hasmid actually did here. So he flashes. That was so quick, and then he uses Q ult to... And the E triggers after he dies. I can't even understand how people can use buttons this quickly. And actually with purpose
okay, so
too.
wait,
It wasn't
you know
just
what
spamming.
you know what you were explaining that? I was like, flash ult, and then like my mind went blank. It's like when someone tries to explain the fake of what was that, and he's like W to the side, then jump in, and then like triple Q. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I lost you at the ZW.
I mean, that might be a good video idea for a 0.25 speed thingy to see what he actually did there. But very cool play, and it buys so many advantages for Saigon Buffalo all across the map. Once again, I want to point out Shogun on his 2-0-2 Sivir, 187 CS at 15 or 16 minutes.
Oh my
By the
god.
way, 2 items completed, so no one really wants to fight against the Sivir. Justifiably so. And Dragon is coming up, but ASE Esports, I don't think they can really try to fight for this. Though they do have good vision setup.
Ethereal Chain's going to land onto Shogun, but he's going to spell shield it a little bit too late. Yulwei, time to test some of your Sivir knowledge. Do you know what skin that is that Shogun's using?
Asmid might die again.
Yeah, he's not outplaying that one this time.
A little bit
Didn't have Vanguard
confusing
edge up or
positioning there.
flash.
That actually gives up the Dragon. That's huge, because that's now soul point for ASE. They've found a way to win this game, or at least a potential win condition later. Not entirely sure how strong Mountain Soul actually is against 5-item Sivir. Probably doesn't really do much, but early on in the game,
Dredgeline in to the encore from Froggy. Tutti jumping away. BJ on the chase. The second Cyclone will find the knock-up, and Shogun will pick up the kill. 2 kills very quickly going towards Saigon Buffalo.
That's the Saigon Buffalo we know and love. Just snap decision making, instant engages. I think Sivir fits that team so incredibly well. Same goes for Seraphine. That's why I love Seraphine and Froggy, because he's still a playmaker even when he plays supportive champions. Let's look at this again. Just a little foolish from ASE Esports, running into all that CC while the tower is already down. And there's a Mininar. Well, this is why Marby hates this champion, by the way, because she always argues you should just wait for Mininar. Even easier if Mininar jumps onto you and then just insta-dice.
It's a questionable moment from ASE Esports. I feel like in this game, every single player has had an int moment, except for Shogun. I feel like every other player has done something questionable. I don't know if BJ Hero and Tutti have. I feel like they've made some questionable...
Oh, BJ for sure.
Just haven't
BJ
died from it.
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Taki you can maybe call out for being pretty flawless so far. I think the only death came from...
Yeah. Remember when he just stayed and then Xin just killed him?
Yeah, true. But I mean, Xin used absolutely everything, and he's not a real support champ, so I'll give Taki a little bit of leeway there. But
Okay.
for sure, we have a very scrappy game, right? It's 16 kills at 18 minutes, actually below 1 kill per minute, which is disappointing. But we might get there later. We have seen huge outplays from Hasmid, but also really questionable positioning, so not entirely sure what to make of his Aurelia so far. In terms of mechanics, it looks great. In terms of game knowledge or reading the game state, not so much. And this is actually something we've seen with Hasmid a few times so far in this summer split, I think. He also seems a little bit disconnected from the game. He still seems to be well trained and good on his mechanical side, but the communication and some of his decision making is just not quite up to par.
Yeah, and we've seen his mechanics being up to scratch, where he made that 1v3 outplay, where he somehow managed to find a kill. Did die for it, but I think in the situation he was in, dying was absolutely inevitable. Saigon Buffalo now sieging in the bottom lane. This is going to be another tower. More gold for Shogun, and Shogun's going to hit 3 items before Uzi hits 2. That's how fed this Sivir is right now.
Yeah, can we just say, I guess, that Tristana is not a counter pick? Because I have not seen anything that would suggest as much.
Good hook
This is a
into
huge
Encore,
dive.
the focus onto 2T, and the Gnar is down and out quick as you like. And I guess, as you were saying, your way, just go on the Gnar when it's in mini form.
I mean, this time he was actually pretty close, but it just seems like ASE Esports has no idea how these engage tools work together. And to be fair to them, Saigon Buffalo's composition is very quick and has so many things they can work with. But still, a Nautilus hook is something you should definitely... Okay, that's a nice bait there on Hyo.
Hyo wanted to stop the recalls, but Hyo will die. Playcall trying to do some damage over the wall. Good showstopper. Will be able to get 1 kill. It's again onto poor old Hasmed's Aurelia. But it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, in the end, not actually as worth it for Saigon Buffalo as I thought it would be. Maybe ASE Esports fighting with a little bit better resets there, but Saigon Buffalo preparing now for this upcoming Mountain Dragon. It's imperative for them to not die again. Hasmid, please, just stay dead for a little longer so you can't int away the next Dragon too. Because that could actually be a little bit scary. I'd still give Saigon Buffalo the edge in the game, even if they lose the next Dragon, because a 6k gold lead with Shogun on a hyper carry that's already very close to spiking insanely hard is probably still enough to cut through those shields, but you would rather not give up that soul, because every little bit can actually go a long way to throw this game. And Saigon Buffalo is definitely a good team at throwing games, so just make sure to not give up that soul this early in the game.
I think a Mountain Soul this early would definitely make things a bit more difficult for them. The game does seem to, would I think, still be in their control, but why give ASE Esports any chance to get back in? They're so much stronger right now. They should be able to easily stop here from getting into that Drake pit. And that Drake up now in 15 seconds time.
IE is completed. That's something I always look out for, maybe even a little too much, but that's such a huge spike for Shogun. Honestly, as ASE Esports, you are faced with a very difficult decision.
Oh my god. That goal gap.
Yeah, it's insane. But you're faced with a super difficult decision. Do you actually try to force yourself in there? Do you maybe try to sacrifice Hyo and go for the dragon? Because the soul might be your only win condition, but then again, you probably die and then there's a Baron on the other side, so even the soul might not actually help. It's impossible to win a teamfight for them right now, so I actually like this decision for them. Step back a bit, maybe try to farm up, especially Tristana, a little bit more, even though Tristana is never gonna be as good as Sivir in the late game. She's still gonna be okay, and if you can go from target to target, maybe Tristana can actually carry some of the later fights. But yeah, it looks pretty doomed. We have, I think in 5 minutes we have another fight to evaluate, and if we can get close to another item for Tristana, maybe there's some slim chance.
By the way, Baron has been started up by Saigon Buffalo. ASE Esports could look to contest this. A teleport from
Taki.
Hasmed in. Taki going over the wall, looking towards your forces. A defensive heartbreaker. Vanguard's there. Hasmed in a 1v3 practically at this point. Instead, turns his attention towards your as in goes BJ with a Cyclone on it to 3 members. Hyo has already fallen. There's a second Cyclone. Showstopper will pull Xin out to relative safety, but when you've got a crazy Monkey King slapping you with his staff, you're still not exactly safe, and it is 2 kills for the side of Saigon Buffalo, and they pick up the Baron Nashor.
I think every single Saigon Buffalo fan can rejoice after this game. Yes, it wasn't flawless. Yes, it was against ASE Esports, but we still saw a lot of very good things from this team. We saw good mechanics, we saw very good decision making and very in-sync team play where they all go together. Maybe Hasmid needs to still improve his communication a bit with some of the team members in side lane positions, but still a very promising game. And you have to remember, they're 2-4 right now, so this series is quite important for them. 3-4 is not great, but still in touching distance. Losing to ASE Esports today would be horrific for their playoff chances.
And this actually, a win for Saigon Buffalo in this series will tie them up with who did we just see playing? Team Wales. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And possibly Cerberus as well after Cerberus's series against Genius.
It's a very close affair. And all these teams are probably vying for that last spot of the players, because SPTC and Team Secret are playing each other tomorrow. So one of those teams is going to go to 6 wins. That's so far away. You probably can't catch up to those. And GAM, we all expect to make it. They're 4-3, so they're actually close. And Saigon Buffalo 2-0'd GAM. Remember that. The only team to 2-0 them so far, but still, they're probably good enough, as B&J is a little bit overextended, does have the flash though.
Saigon Buffalo just keep on sieging. Now the On The Hunt has been dropped. Taki looking for Tuti again, the focus onto the Gnar. So much damage being dropped down. Zin will get taken down quick as you like. Hasman on to play cool. Now turns his tangent for Doozy. Great dredge line from Taki. And his only play call left standing. It's a quadra kill. Play call. No! Taki! You had to land that one! Oh, the pentakill. The first pentakill of the split will not be secured just yet.
Oh, that's a tragedy. Maybe Shogun gets another shot next game because this is gonna run out. But what an amazing game from Shogun so far. Oh, is it still in time? I'm not sure. I can't get close enough. But yeah, Shogun showing us once again, Sivir is just too strong. 3-0 on the day, and what a stomp from Saigon Buffalo. What a start to this series. They try to get back to the top of the standings, and 2-0ing ASE Esports would be the first step.
There are so many minions your way. Saigon Buffalo are just playing with the Shogun. In the end, he sees them all jumping towards him, so says, I should probably at this point take the Nexus, and they do. Saigon Buffalo take game 1 in comfortable fashion as well.
Yeah, 25 minutes, 30 seconds. As we pointed out earlier, scrappy, but they're always going to be scrappy. They are the quintessential VCS team, but we also saw what we all love about this team. Amazing drafting and really good team play in terms of team fighting setup and execution, and how quickly they can just flip a switch to start the fight. So all the things we love about Saigon Buffalo, and some of the things we don't like about them, still apparent as well, but a much, much better performance than in previous weeks.
Well, with that, we're going to be jumping on into a short break. When we return, we're going to be breaking down Game 1 into a little bit more detail and looking towards Game 2 of the series. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
to set free. The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. Taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCS English. Game 1 between Saigon Buffalo and AS Esports, as expected, was picked up by Saigon. But your way, AS Esports, they had a few, not many, but there were a few positives for them.
Yeah, I think they tried to play Saigon Buffalo's style as much as possible, and we're the second best team on the day in that style, to put it very nicely. Now, I don't actually hate this kind of attempt because, well, the biggest mistake they made was around 8 minutes when they tried to do this swap into the top side for Herald and then backed out of it. They didn't commit to the call. They tried to salvage the bot lane situation. So the first problem in that call was they made it on kind of bad terms because botlane was already getting pushed in. So the decision in the first place was not the greatest. But then they also backtracked out of their own decision and basically gave up everything across the map and then still went for a team fight, lost the team fight on top of that. So not only did they make the a little bit ill-advised decision, they also didn't double down on the decision, and then everything just went to complete collapse and chaos. So I think this is a very interesting game to review for them because they just have to look at this and say, okay, the idea in the greater sense, was actually not bad. The swap into top lane and try to force the team fight with level 6 set, very sorry, and just try to dominate the top side and maybe give up a little bit on bot lane. Not the worst decision ever, or not the worst idea ever, but we need to execute it more cleanly and actually look at the wave states a little bit better.
Well, a very good performance from Shogun and Taki in the bottom lane. And I have a feeling, heading into game 2, that's if it's going to be bad, because I think ASE Esports will be over on the blue side, so they could look to first pick it. We'll see whether Saigon Buffalo do want to inevitably ban it away. Something else I would like to see you away, play call. I want to see him on more of those duelist mid laners. I don't want to see the little block. I want to see the likes of a Silas, maybe even a Talia if he is capable of playing it.
Well, he did get a solo kill, but that was really all he ever did in the whole game, apart from the very interesting level 1 attempt at something. I still don't really know what he tried to do there. It was part of the early game. But yeah, I agree with you. I would like to see a little bit more oomph from the mid lane, a little bit more playmaking for the whole team. Try to maybe make something happen together with mid jungle. And I mean, Binja actually gave them a lot of opportunities early on in the game. Later on, he played a great game, but oh no, what have you done? What have you done?
I thought Ren and Saigon Buffalo were trolling by leaving the server open, but no. ASE Esports.
Well,
and Saigon Buffalo just running the draft back, I guess.
Pack it up, boys. We have a Silver Seraphine again. And they can even follow it up with either Poppy, which is... no, Poppy's banned, but you can either go AP Jungler, which is actually really good, into the likes of Wukong, or you just go Yuumi and double down on Silver Yuumi, and nothing beats Silver Yuumi in the late game. Add a Seraphine on top of that, you basically have no answer into any team fights, and we're in the VCS, and ASE Esports is not good enough to win without team fights, so... If you give up Silver, Seraphine, Yuumi in the first 3 picks, I think you can just close the game, because there's no reason to play it even.
In the end, they pick up the REB3 instead of taking the Yuumi, so I think Saigon Buffalo will probably ban that away. I mean, actually, as you mentioned, they could pick up the Yuumi themselves, and once again put the Seraphine into mid lane for Froggy, but it's looking like they're hovering towards a Binjay and looking towards that Xin Zhao instead of the Wukong, which we saw from game 1, because ASE Esports themselves haven't picked that up.
So, Xin Zhao and Seraphine together is still a super strong combination. They ban Sivir themselves, which is very confusing to me, but whatever. Yuumi. This combination is a little bit counterintuitive, because if Xin Zhao ults while Seraphine ults, then you can end up in a situation where everyone just gets blown away from the Seraphine ult. But then again, Seraphine actually really likes Xin Zhao going in and using him as like an tender for her ultimate. Yeah. It can work. I like the Wukong Seraphine a little bit better, but let's see how they play it. Binja, of course, a very good Xin Zhao player. 2 support bans, and both of them a little bit weird. I mean, we have seen Zeri Yuumi, which is a strong combination, but the Rakan is really strange, especially as a Sivir. It's so easy for Sivir to block Rakan's engage, especially in the early game. Rakan is 1 CC spell, you block that, and then Rakan is actually super squishy and you just chase him down. So very confused with that one, and they go Nautilus anyway, which is a good matchup into Rakan, so this second ban rotation for Buffalo weirds me out a tiny bit, but whatever. They just wanted Seraphine and Nautilus again.
Here's a fun fact. Xin has 2 games of Rakan display. He's lost both of them. Do you want to have a guess what his KDA is, his average KDA is over those 2 games?
Well, he lost both, so probably something like 1?
12.
Whoa, how?
Yeah. He's kind of good at Rakan. How, or maybe he's just letting his whole team die while he just kind of stands back like, nope, I did my W, my E, and now I'm out of here. Either way, ASE Esports, they're going to be picking up the Braum to be pairing with Uzi Zeri, and then they're taking Haas Medzakali for TT in the top.
Yeah, and Tutti used to be a mid laner and actually an assassin player as well, so it's definitely something he's accustomed to. And double AP solo lanes with AD jungler, something I like a lot. And we go back to Razor days because it's Aatrox time. Aatrox into Kali. Okay, we're gonna see how that goes. It's we on 12-13, so the Aatrox nerfs and also the sustain nerfs are not in yet. Haven't really seen too much Aatrox on this patch, but I mean it's also a Hasmid stable who really likes this champion. Overall, I think Saigon Buffalo downgraded their composition compared to the last game a little bit, but the essential part is still the same. Seraphine, Sivir, and Nautilus provides insane team fighting. Maybe not quite as good in terms of the dive potential from Aatrox compared to Aurelia, but then again, Aatrox is also a pretty good frontliner, maybe a little bit better than Aurelia in that regard. So if Shogun gets off to a great start again, you don't really need any other damage in your composition, because Sivir has more than enough for everyone.
So in game 1, we saw Hasmid playing his first Aurelia of Summer Split. Now we're seeing him play his first Aatrox of Summer Split. This Saigon Buffalo draft, I almost want to say this feels like an improved version of what they did in game 1. They've still got the Sivir, Nautilus, Seraphine as the core. They've still got this big team fight of the Aatrox, but I actually want to say probably easier to get ahead, easier to have a big impact in team fights. And then you got this at Xin Zhao, which, well, can just be a big meaty frontline.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'd say I like the first iteration a little bit more, especially in the jungle position. But also, ASE Esports is bringing a very different team to the table, right? This time we have a more defensive bot lane, Zeri and Braum much more trying to counter-scale against Sivir. Now, we have seen the Sivir-Zeri matchup 2 times already today, and it didn't go well for Zeri in either of those games, so not entirely sure if that is really the attempt you want to go for. Braum into Sivir, though, is traditionally considered maybe not a counter pick, but at least a decent answer, because you can kind of shield some of your team against her W bounces and against her Q as well. So that's maybe also a very comfortable champion for Xin, who used to be a super good Braum player. So I have a little bit more hope this time for ASE's bot lane. And look at the summoner spells. The evolution we're seeing today in bot lane summoner spells is so interesting, because we saw Sivir go Ghost multiple times. This time Zeri goes Ghost, and Sivir actually with the teleport, so I expect a lot of roaming now from Taki, and Shogun just getting to maybe 2 or 3 points in W, and then just perma wave clearing, while Taki roams around the map. So another interesting configuration of things.
So we did see Shogun running with a teleport in game 1 of this series, I believe. We just never had a chance to mention it. I can't remember what we saw from the GAM Whale series from Style and Arietti. Something else I do want to talk about with regards to the Braum is a bit of a counter into that Sivir as you talk about. But let's not forget, I do believe the Unbreakable works against the Seraphine Encore, the ultimate.
Very true as well, yeah. I think you're right. It stops the spread of the ultimate. Of course, you still get hit, as Braum always takes the CC. But he's going to stop that, so it could be valuable in that regard as well. Now let's look at this top lane matchup. I don't think Akali really likes to trade auto attacks against Aatrox early on in the game, so that's a little unfortunate for T2.
Oh, Hasbird, this is evil. This is worse than when my mom was guarding the sweet store when I was younger. It's like, nope, you're not getting to the chocolate cabinet. Nope, you can't have any of this. Every time you think you can get there, your mom's just waiting around the corner to stop you.
Yeah, the cabinet for me was just one. Wait, what's the word again?
A drawer?
Yeah,
Cabinet?
one drawer. Yeah, one drawer basically, where all the chocolate was stored, and I could go there pretty easily, but I always felt bad for taking away stuff.
No, I never felt bad for taking chocolate. I mean, to be fair, I think we've had different stores over the many years. So I think now it's like a drawer, which has like biscuits, sweets, and like chocolates and stuff in it. To be fair, I'm a very good person now, so I don't usually have anything from there because I'm healthy. But in the old days, I take a lot of things. Either way, back to the game. Saigon Buffalo, ASE Esports. Slow start to the game. Very slow start to the game from Tutti, because Hasmed just hasn't let Tutti hit minions until now, when they've fallen under the range of his tower.
Yeah, and I like the shadowing from Binja here because Hasmid used to be very susceptible to actually to early ganks, exploiting his early aggression in lane. So it's good from Binja to see his full clear into top side where he can shadow Hasmid and counter gank potential attempts from Hyo, which should definitely result in their side winning because Hasmid has such a huge minion advantage. But overall, just a very slow early game, no early kills, as we are experiencing some internet issues, potentially.
Boots. Well, something is happening. Don't quite know what, but either way, there are some minor issues on the stream. Hopefully, we will be getting back
The
underway
evil white
shortly.
circle.
The evil white circle. The white circle of doom.
Yeah.
I guess what we could do, we could take this as an opportunity to kind of dive into our jungle matchup a little bit more. Where do we want to be seeing like BJ Hyo looking in, the first 10, 15 minutes of this game?
Yeah, I already mentioned I liked what Binja did in the very early game, shadowing Hasmid's aggression. And from now on, well, I feel like really only top lane is relevant for the side of Saigon Buffalo in terms of early aggression because Sivir with teleport really doesn't want to fight too much. We have Seraphine who just clears waves forever. So I kind of assume Binja would just try to path towards top lane more. As we jump back into game, I'm not sure if we are on stream. No, not quite yet. There we go. And there are 2 kills for ASE Esports, which happened in bot lane. So 2v2, double kill for the side of Uzi. They finally found the answer into Shogun's Sivir. Very different start from the last game.
Well, a very good start for ASE Sports. Hopefully we do get a replay of that somewhere down the line, but Uzi very strong now on this, Eric. Well, I say very strong. Still needs to pick up some items, but Berserker Greaves already completed will be a very nice helping hand in the laning phase for ASE Sports.
Yeah, and this is something we sometimes see in best of 3, so this is also why best of 3s are another reason, not the reason, but another reason why best of 3s are so interesting, because sometimes players play the same champion twice, and Shogun was literally the god on the Rift, right? He went unbeaten, he had no deaths, he almost got a pentakill, then he plays this champion again, and you kind of a little bit overestimate your own damage after coming off a 3-item Sivir, almost 4-item Sivir and a quadra kill. The next game you start at 0. So now he probably has to adjust to that one again. Uzi, of course, is still going to scale it relatively slowly, so I think Shogun should be fine in terms of just being able to CS, but definitely on the back foot for the SGB bot lane now.
2D closing up in CS to Hasmed as well, as that's an early encore. 6 minutes into the game, a 2v2 between the jungle mids. The jungle is not yet level 6. BJ forced to crash over the wall, lands, the wind becomes lightning. Heel's just going to get run now. One more auto, there it is. Froggy picks up the kill, flashes forward, lands a double beatdown and play cool. Left with nowhere to go, lands a charm at point blank range, flashes over the wall. Froggy, BJ still looking to chase. Harsman making his way down, but play cool should be out to safety. The wind becomes lightning into audacious charge would be enough. Flashing over the wall, play cool. Sidesteps one, but can't sidestep the next. And BJ gets the kill.
2 kills back to Saigon Buffalo, and that was dicey, but some of the mid-jungle 2v2 we like to see from Binja and Froggy, their synergy. Binja actually really dancing on the edge. They are almost no HP to work with, but Froggy bails him out, and this time a really good start from Froggy. Great positioning and great chase down, just using the auto attacks from Seraphine, because there was nothing left to impair him, his movement. And in the end, Binja actually picks up another kill, so a great start. As we have a replay to the bot 2v2 that started out the game. Actually looks really good for Saigon Buffalo, but Hyo is here, and they overchase, overfocus on Xin, and it wasn't actually a 2v2 kill, so I lied to you. It was actually Hyo collapsing and forcing away.
Oh, that flash.
Yeah, really nicely done. 2 kills to Uzi. He is the hyper carry they are trying to put all their eggs into, and he's the promised new ADC in the league. This is one of the games where he has to prove and that he's actually worth of being named alongside all the other star ADCs of our split.
And then this is the replay of the mid-jungle 2v2. Very close,
This is so cool.
But I mean, that's despite the ult completely missing from Froggy. BJ still just about survives.
Yeah, play cool flashing the ult on almost no time whatsoever. Really nice reaction, but then he doesn't really have the damage, and both junglers are still level 5. So while they bring initial bursts, they both are missing the biggest tool in their arsenal, right? The Wukong with ultimate there would have probably killed both of them, but he's not able to really bring anything after the initial engage of his E and Q. So in the end, just a little bit more staying power for the Saigon Buffalo side, and Seraphine just offering more on the 2v2 early on compared to Playcool, who just barely missed out on the kill on BJ.
Unlike in Game 1, this time ASE Esports are able to secure themselves the Rift Herald, as we just see here donating the blue buff over onto Playcool. We'll see actually where here wants to be dropping that Rift Herald, presumably down towards the bottom lane and just try to accelerate Uzi even further ahead of Shogun Sivir.
Could be an option. He's very far behind right now in terms of jungle clear, which is a little bit concerning, because Wukong, of course, if he doesn't get to his own items, is not the greatest champ of all time. He's very squishy, and especially Sivir can really abuse him later on. Good dodge from 2T. And Saigon Buffalo making the trade here, swapping Taki into the top side. As we anticipated, Taki is on a roaming mission. Because, yeah, his ADC is Sivir, and she can clear waves forever. So both ADCs down to their left to their own devices just to farm it out. Probably not much action happening between those two. And we are going to see which of the teams is going to make the next move. I think Saigon Buffalo... Ooh, nice. This is a good attempt from ASE Esports. Shogun very low already. Here with the ultimate ready as well.
Flashes forward. Glacial, Fissure, Shogun left with nowhere to go. Even Playcool making his way down, and Playcool ends up taking the spoils of War. Rift Herald can be dropped as well, as Uzi's just waiting for the wave to eventually arrive to the bottom lane tower, and Yo will then be able to drop the Rift Herald down.
And unfortunately, BJ is nowhere close. We could have actually seen Froggy teleport to the bot tower here. With BJ hovering around bot side, they could have prevented this tower falling, but now they left Sivir alone a little bit too much. It was their game plan, to be fair. They actually played to what they drafted, but not quite reading the situation, not quite reading the liberty of Playcool on the Ahri to go towards bot lane and really facilitate the dive. So now ASE Esports back in a dominant position, almost 2k gold ahead at 11 minutes. Very unusual for the last team in our league. Last place team, I should say.
Well, I mean, actually, we have seen ASE Esports ahead in gold early on a few times. I remember they had that series against Team Secret as well.
True.
Albeit in that series, they did draft like a full early game composition with Draven and God knows what else, and then eventually they fell off. But it's the point from now on, like after 15 minutes, where rotations start becoming a thing, just keeping track of teleports and global ultimates. That's when ASE Esports really do start to lack skill versus some of our other VCS teams.
The funny thing about this game, and especially in comparison with the game 1, is how both of these games, one bot lane has won pretty dominantly, and the other side got all the early dragons, as they're trying to dive Akali, which is not an easy feat.
Depth charge has been used, but 2T plays it out beautifully. The Encore lands onto Playcool when he teleports in to the tower, but Saigon Buffalo are just going to be forced to retreat, and look at the top lane. Uzi and Zin making their way onto the tower and just going to be picking up tower plates for free.
Is Esports just getting more and more advantages just from playing conservatively? Both of these teams kind of falling into, successively falling into whoever makes the aggressive move loses. First game was mostly ASE Esports trying the dice, especially on Husmid, but this time around it's Saigon Buffalo making desperation plays for no real reason, just losing advantage after advantage. Now the game is not entirely out of control for them. They're pretty far behind for a 12-minute game, but they're also looking at 2 dragons and late-game hyperscaling from Sivir, and I would consider Froggy's Seraphine too. But for now, Uzi's in a good state, Playcool is pretty far ahead, Akali's doing alright, so ASE Esports with much better tools in their arsenal compared to the last game.
It almost feels like the opposite of what we saw from Game 1, because in Game 1 it was Saigon Buffalo with the lead, ASE Esports picking up the first three drakes of the game, almost getting a Mountain Soul at about 21 minutes. And now Saigon Buffalo making their way towards the top side, collapsing onto Zin in the Tribush, but they won't aggress any further because Uzi is hovering around and has that Immortal Shield Bow completed. Here is here as well, just trying to sit outside of vision, trying to bait Saigon Buffalo to jump on top of the Zeri.
Yeah, in the meantime, Akali gets to free farm, gets to scale in terms of experience too. So once again, Saigon Buffalo compromising their own scaling a little bit with these map movements, really trying to just look for a play instead of farming it out for a second. Now Froggy has arrived, which means Husband now answering in bot lane. Froggy should be fine.
Good dredge line lands. BJ going on top of Xin, but keep your eyes on Hyo. He's making his way over, but Xin might be dead before Hyo even arrives. Jumps on in. There is Uzi's ultimate being used, trying to get onto BJ, but the Crescent Guard stopping the majority of the damage from coming through. And in the end, ASE Esports will not drop a member and continue to push into the top lane.
Zeri ult against Xin Zhao is one of the saddest sights you can ever behold because she tries so hard. She has all this lightning going on. She's running around, but nothing actually happens. Xin Zhao just takes all the lightning it laughs at her. Probably a ground type or something because nothing is happening there. And Saigon Buffalo, I still feel like they, in the macro sense, they're squandering some of their opportunities and squandering some of their CS. Or giving up some of the CS to defend towers that don't really need defending, but they've stabilized the game a little bit, and we're looking at a very constant 2k gold lead for ASE Esports.
I hate the fact that you brought up a Pokemon reference, because now I'm thinking if Zeri would do any damage against a Malphite, and whether you need a water-type Nami to be able to kill the Malphite. Oh, my mind has gone down a rabbit hole.
Electric is actually just neutral
while.
on rock, though, so I don't think he's that big of a problem. Yeah, it's just ground.
I mean, from what I remember, there was a whole thing back in like the original Pokemon when Ash Ketchup. Yes, I call him Ash Ketchup, by the way, because he annoys me. Taki, though, being caught out, we've got to teleport, so we'll go back to Pokemon in just a second. Dredgeline only lands onto Zindion Core, blocked by the Unbreakable. As in goes Harsman. Uzi takes so much damage, and Uzi is already out of this fight. Zin incredibly low. Harsman will be able to pick up a second, and now they're looking to 2T. ASE Esports over the wall, trying to get out to safety as the beat drop will land onto here, but nothing more will come off it. And Saigon Buffalo get 2 kills for 1.
It's the cursed spot for ASE Esports today. It's twice in a row now. They give up big opportunities around the Rift Herald. This time they wear a hat, but there's still absolutely disgusting teamfight coordination from Saigon Buffalo. Really nicely done. This is what we know them for. Oh, this could be a counter kill. Maybe even 2. But Hasmed,
Hasmed! Oh, just enough damage with a crushing blow to be able to pick up the kill onto the Aatrox. And from what was disastrous play for ASE Esports, here and 2T Baker, an acceptable one.
Yeah, but let's look at this again. So many cool interactions, and look at the patience from Froggy. Perfect timing on that ultimate, and Shogun from the other side. No one can defend against him. To be honest, he didn't actually deal that much damage. It was mostly Hasmed and Froggy working together. But this is the dream scenario for Aatrox and Seraphine together. Just clumped up everyone. Aatrox hits all his AoE spells, heals for 3 times his HP bar. Seraphine gets the multi-man ultimate and all the heals and shields and all the AoE damage as well. So easy to play in that kind of situation if she doesn't go down instantly. But this is a big dragon fight. 3rd dragon for Saigon Buffalo.
Playcall looking to go in again. Does not land a charming Playcall. Forced out of this fight. But Uzi is on the side. Drops down the ultimate. Able to pick up 1 kill onto Taki. The Saigon Buffalo still have priority for the Drake. Playcall jumping into the pit with the Spirit Rush. Forced to jump straight back out. Saigon Buffalo get themselves the 3rd Drake of the game. But will take a death for a Shogun. A little bit too greedy on his way back to lane. ASE Esports wait for him. And ASE Esports will send him back to the Nexus.
Such an exciting game where ASE Esports just keeps finding the kills, but they're losing the dragons. Oh, Froggy's ultimate missing, but that's still a good opportunity. 1 kill down.
Concussive blows will land. Uzi can't get over the wall. He's interrupted the 3 talent strike. The charm lands for Playcall, but it is not enough to keep his ADC alive. And it is a 1 kill for 1 in the extended fight, or the second part of the extended fight.
I feel just that feeling it doesn't go away. The more we scrap, the more Saigon Buffalo profits. Even those ASE Esports is still ahead in kills, but slowly but surely the composition gets stronger and stronger from Saigon Buffalo. Now at Soul Point, which is gonna come up in 5 minutes and 4 minutes even, because we already 1 minute after the dragon fell. And obviously, Saigon Buffalo doesn't even have to push for that soul. They can just wait for another one of the opportunities bet in 5 minutes. They're not now in such a good stalling position. They don't have to care about the dragons, but they can. And if ASE Esports ever makes Any mistake around the next Dragon spawn timer, Saigon Buffalo gets Hextech Soul. Hextech Silver Soul sounds devastating to deal with.
And this was Shogun getting caught out. Thought it was safe to walk back to lane, but it sadly wasn't. And then we're going to speed up to where Uzi gets caught out by Froggy and BJ.
Froggy is playing really well this game. He had a little bit of a struggle in the first game, but his positioning, he's always so safe and contributing more damage than you would expect from any of the Seraphines we've seen. But this is a mid lane Seraphine. She's actually dealing decent damage, especially with Q. Can they stop the teleport? Oh, Hasmed!
So close. However, we've got a fight in the mid lane. Hero's making his way over. The lightning crash has been used by Uzi. Lands the W onto BJ, and that's going to be the first kill of the fight going over to ASE Esports. But they can't look for anything more, especially with Froggy making his way up the river as well.
And all these fights are exciting to look at. I'm having a lot of fun looking at this game, but ultimately they're not really consequential. Because there's nothing happening in terms of map positioning, no big objective acquired for ASE Esports. They need to actually find a big fight win to get this game back under control, not lose like this.
Hyo just gets popped. Uzi looks to Taki. Taki goes golden, and Saigon Buffalo find 3 for nothing. That was so beautifully done by Shogun, Froggy, and Taki.
And I think I jinxed them. I wanted to see them win fights and go into objectives and not suddenly lose fights. That's devastating. Now Saigon Buffalo are actually basically even in gold again. Remember, they're still sitting on 3 Drakes. They just got the mid tower, which opens up the corridor towards Dragon so much easier. They're going to be ahead after this tower take. So Saigon Buffalo look at a 2-0, their second 2-0 of the season. And after 23 games last week, we might actually be on track to have a more reasonable amount of games this week.
Well, this is our 5th game so far this week, 5 in 1 day. And last week we had a lot of a 3-game series, just 1 at 2-0 that occurred. And this is 2T and Hasmed duking it out, and I'm guessing 2T dies here.
Now, this is where he teleported away in the bush, because he saw the teleport. He might have had the opportunity to kill Hasmed, maybe, but better safe than sorry. And then we see this crazy engage, actually really nice counterplay from Hyo, and Uzi's positioning on the other side of the map then goes in to finish the kill. I actually like this part of the fight, but they go a little bit too low and then get baited in by the tower. And Saigon Buffalo even disrespects the tower take. Uh-oh.
The Encore lands onto just 1. Glacial Fissure onto 3 members. In goes here with a Cyclone. So low is Taki. 2T going in. He's in the Twilight Shroud, but he will die nonetheless. And it is 2 kills for nothing. Play cool falling as well. Uzi trying his best to kite back. So much damage from the ricochets, but Uzi ends in. Able to just about survive as Saigon Buffalo now head towards the Baron. And right after the Baron, they can even take the Hextech Soul.
And look at this mid ADC setup from Saigon Buffalo. It's impenetrable. It's so strong together. The Sivir actually gives Seraphine extra movement speed, which is basically the only stat she misses. She built the early Rylai's, which means she can just walk up and stun someone with just 1 E followed up with the ultimate. And even if it all goes into Braum, who cares? She still has all the utility in the world. Even went for a little bit of a safer approach instead of Liandry's to stay alive herself. So I think this is a really good game, or a really good series as a whole, to show us why Seraphine should be highly priced in this league even. It's such a strong team fighter. It's so safe in lane. It can set up so many good plays. And Froggy is putting in an amazing performance in game 2. Soul on the cards. Maybe the last stand for ASE Esports coming up.
ASE Esports trying to keep control over the river, but Hasmed lands a CC onto play. Meanwhile, a fight happening on the entry into the river. BJ over the wall looking towards in. 2T tanking up all the damage, but he's going to fall in now. Hasmed is just going to pop off. Play cool forced away. 2T on the run. BJ flashing forward, looking for Uzi, and down will go the Zeri. Play cool forced all the way back to his inner tower. Depth charge will chase 2T down, and it is 4 kills for nothing. Saigon Buffalo win the fight. Saigon Buffalo get Hextech Soul.
Yeah, that's all. That's the nail in the coffin, I think, for this whole game. The series now fully in control of Saigon Buffalo. There's just nothing ASE Esports can do in these fights. They just roll over them. We might be back to those famous words spoken all those years ago about Sivir. It's just a Sivir comp, you group, and you win. Because she presses R, everyone just goes in, and there's nothing you can do. You can't walk away, you can't fight against her, too much damage. and add an Aatrox and a Seraphine, and what can you even dream of doing against this composition? They weren't even starting in a position where they all stacked together for the Sivir ult, but still everyone collapsing so quickly. Nothing they could ever hope to do. Look at Zeri. She started so strong in this game, but Uzi has nothing to do. He can't fight against Froggy, and BJ just jumps on top of him. Froggy follows up with another flash. And isn't Akali in this game? I don't know. She may as well just sit on the sidelines, because what can Akali ever hope to accomplish here?
I don't know. Ask Carsman. He's the one who's used to being in the shoes of playing an Akali. And right now, ASE Esports, this game is feeling pretty much done and dusted for Saigon Buffalo. It's not a big win, but it was a necessary, an expected win that they really need to end off this first round robin, as they're now crashing on into the top inner tower. They need an absolute miracle. It doesn't seem likely unless Saigon Buffalo completely mess up, because, as you mentioned, Shogun is just so massive with these ricochets. It doesn't even matter if you're not hitting the right targets. As long as you hit someone good dredge line onto Hero. Hazmed over the wall, and Hero is already down to half health. There's a teleport coming through, but it will not come down in the end. In fact, it's probably lucky for 2T that it didn't, because otherwise he probably almost certainly would have died.
Look at that over there, 7.3k Baron Power play. That is insane. I don't think I've ever seen a 7k Baron Power play. Wow, that's quite something to behold. There might be another opportunity for Shogun to get his pentakill in this game. I think it's harder because Froggy just deals so much ambient damage, so much damage on the side lane that's hard to control. So let's see if Shogun gets close to another one of those. Nope. Just an insta-kill for Hazmed.
Oh, I guess you gotta wait. Wait 30 seconds for 2T to respawn and then go for the game-ending play. 5-member strong Saigon Buffalo. Look at Hazmed. I think he's running up all the way around. Never mind, they're actually going to take the Hex Gates back out, and Hazmed is left behind. Oh, poor Hazmed. Have you ever... Wait, no way. Okay, have you ever seen Home Alone?
Yeah, I think so. Many years back, yeah.
you know at the start of Home Alone, when like the parents are like counting all the children to go to the airport? They forgot to count Hazmed, and they left him home alone.
Well, he almost put in the Home Alone cosplay there against 5 intruders. Holy moly, what was that healing, though? There was 1 Q landing into more than 1k HP, I believe. I don't even think ASE Esports realized what was going on, because all of them stopped attacking for a second. It was like, what? Why is he still here?
Should also mention as well, Froggy yet to die in this game. I can't remember how many deaths he had in the first game of this series as Seraphine. I think it was like 2 or something.
Yeah, he was useful, but not quite as dominant. Taki wants to put a stamp on this game as well, as this is basically just a win. Just a little bit of a victory march down the line. Oh, so Hazmed is actually alive already again. I guess it didn't matter.
What is it with Saigon Buffalo taking the Hex Gates outside? We could keep on pushing, like, no, let's ride the Hex Gate one more time.
Come on, it is very fun. It is very fun.
Let's keep on riding it, we keep on riding the Hex Gate, leaving someone behind, and let's see if they happen to die. Just for the band. But they're sieging now in onto the next tower. Play call coming in from behind.
He tried
to go gold, and Taki's taken very low. The Cyclone through, and ASE Esports might actually be able to make this fight work. It's a 1-for-1 play call has fallen. Uzi trying his damnness to kite back, but there's just too much damage. The wallets are too big. He's looking for Shogun. Can he find it? I don't think he can. He's trying to heal up off the minion wave, but can't do so. BJ under tower looking towards Hero. Zin misses the Winter Spy, but it doesn't matter. There's so much more from 2T. And the Nexus is open, it's laid bare. ASE Esports forced back under their tower, forced to try to clear this wave. And they buy themselves some time, but it is looking so hopeless now.
I did not think we would get another hype team fight, to be perfectly honest, but Uzi actually putting in a little bit of overtime, trying to carry his team. He's on 3 items, he's a Zeri, he's still hyperscaling, he has a lot of damage. But it's not quite enough, and great team fight there from Hazmed to kind of stop Uzi's advance, because he jumped on Uzi and cut off his way onto Shogun for the most part. But in the end, once again, it's a nice team fight, it's nice mechanics shown from ASE Esports, some glimpses of hope, some small things that make you appreciate this team. But in the end, they lose
Okay.
all their inhibitors and the
So-
Baron. It's still gonna end in them losing.
Here's what I want to see. I want to see Saigon Buffalo moving forward. 3 Baron-empowered super minion waves crashing in. And all of them just not doing anything, just standing there spamming emotes as ASE Esports desperately try to wave clear. 3 huge waves going in, but never mind. They're just going to go for the fight,
One.
and they are deleting ASE Esports. There's not a single
Two.
thing ASE Esports can do about it. 3 kills coming in for Saigon Buffalo. Pardon me, just 2. 2T able to just about escape. The minions crashing in under tower. Saigon Buffalo will find their 3rd win of the split. No pentakill, sadly, for Shogun, but it's a necessary win for Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, and a 2-0, very importantly, with the standings being so close, every 2-0 matters even more. I mean, the most important part is always the win column for the whole series, but being ahead in game score will now maybe even push them ahead of Team Wales, for example. So every single 2-0 you can get is highly priced and super valuable. Yeah,
It's
not sure why they did that. poor play cool. But yeah,
so I know our viewers can't see it, but we just saw a replay of when Playcool died level 1 in game 1. But as you mentioned, a very important for Saigon Buffalo to be able to end their first round robin with a win. And despite it being a bad, like this was a very bad start to the round robin for Saigon Buffalo, but they managed to somehow get a 2-0 against GAM. They've now got another 2-0. They find themselves tied with Team Wales, and they're just 1 game behind GAM and probably 1 game behind Cerberus after the Cerberus Genius series, or maybe even tied with them. So they are, at the very worst, right now, they are tied for 5th, which
Yeah.
is not bad.
Yeah, especially after their horrific start, and I think we're finally
Yep.
seeing them come back together. I think Saigon Buffalo was always, ever since they came into the league, they were the best drafting team in terms of being the most creative and having the most unique answers. And they were also among the best team fighting teams. They have some aspects they're even better than Prime Gum, in my opinion. Prime Gum maybe still a tiny bit better overall in team fights, but I think Saigon Buffalo certainly up there as one of the best team fighting teams, showing it over and over again, and they are getting back there, and that's so scary for every single competitor in this league. They have never been the cleanest in terms of macro. They have never been the team that's going to perfect game you. I think it's physically impossible for Saigon Buffalo to perfect game anyone, even against a silver team. They would probably tower dive someone and die. But it doesn't matter if you can win in 25 or 28 minutes against ASE Esports. This was a huge confidence booster. And now in the next series, you have to consider Seraphine. You have to consider Sivir. You have to consider so many things they can do. So this is really putting in a lot of fright into the enemies for the next few weeks.
So I've got 3 questions for you, Yulwei. First one, MVP of this series.
Ooh, for the whole series, I might want to go with Shogun.
Reasonable?
It's really hard.
Froggy?
I think BJ had really good performance as well. Overall, if you look at both games, a little bit weak on the early game in game 1, but then had really strong performance in team fights and was very good, very good. Basically, the impetus for all the engages for in game 2. So BJ quietly also with a really solid series. Froggy, game 1 wasn't the greatest. Game 2 was really good. So it's really hard to choose. But I think I probably, maybe a little bit of ADC bias, I'll probably choose Shogun.
Okay. Question number 2. Do you think Saigon Buffalo make playoffs? You don't have to tell me who you think they take out or who you think would pit them to it. Just, do you think they make it?
I think it's definitely, it would be good for the league. It would definitely be good for the viewers as well. And as someone who likes their coaching, their draft, I hope they make playoffs. It's really hard to actually commit to that, but I'm gonna say yes. I think they make
Okay.
it over Wales. I think they're more, in the end, I think Saigon Buffalo has a much higher ceiling than Wales. And even though Wales is dangerous, I think they're also dangerous for themselves. So I think it's GAM, Team Secret, SPTC, and Saigon Buffalo. That actually kicks out Cerberus as well, which is
Yeah.
wow. That's actually quite the commitment. But yeah, it's only 4 spots. What can I say? We are super competitive here, and so far I haven't been super impressed with Cerberus. So yeah, that's my 4.
Absolute final question. Can AS Esports win another series? And is that series going to be against Genius?
Well, they are in the very unlucky position to probably enter the most competitive and highest ground level or base level split of all time in the VCS. We always had these struggling teams that would trade against each other. Even Flash and Winter won a series, and they were horrifically bad. I'd say yes, they're gonna win another series. I've no idea against who. Maybe Wales. Wales is actually a good candidate. It could be Genius, could be Wales, could even be someone like Secret. If Secret has a really bad day, and somehow they, I don't know, they misplay the early game too badly. We've seen them be 5k behind against ASE Esports. Coming off a loss, maybe against Saigon Buffalo or GAM, then against ASE Esports, they kind of overlook them. So I think those three are the most likely teams they get wins against. And I think they get at least one more series, yeah.
Okay. Well, we only had 2 games in this series, but we had 3 questions for Yulwei, which he answered all of those fantastically. From myself and Yulwei, thank you very much for tuning in. A big shout out as well to Yulwei for filling in on very late notice, and a big shout out to Spoods as well for giving me some company in the first series of the day. But from all of us here at VCS English, thank you very much for tuning in. And make sure you tune in tomorrow because we have a banger series, Team Secret against SBTC, to complete the first round robin. You don't want to miss it. Like, genuinely, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be absolutely cracked. We'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.